Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are on March 17th, and what's March 17th? Well, it's a couple things.
It's our one-year anniversary.
It took her a minute just to get that out. It's our one-year anniversary. It's St. Patrick's Day. Shapiro's back. He's in a hotel, somewhere outside of Atlanta. He'll eventually get home. And yeah, it's exciting to be here 1 year after starting
crazy.
NinjaTrader Live. Top of the morning to you. If you guys remember, that's how I started the show. It was, it's been an unbelievable year. So we'll talk more about that throughout the morning. Good morning, Chad, as well. Let me introduce the panel, and we'll get to the news, take a look at the markets. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist in a hotel, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
Senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. He's growing that beard out. He's looking good, man. He's a handsome dude, isn't he?
Good morning, traders. I don't even know how to reply to that, but thank you. Good morning, traders. And, at my age, Deli, every year counts. So I'm just happy to be here for the anniversary.
I mean, look at him. He's got the shirt, the beard. I mean, you think he's going, to like a, Maxim event after this or something. Who knows? He just got back from Vegas. So he is. He's still going. Chad, hope you're having a good morning. Quick look at the tape, and then we will get to the news. S&P pretty flat, down 11, 67.44. NASDAQ's off 70, 24,820-ish. Dow is pretty much flat, off 34. Russell's off $8, 25.12. Again, what's the story? Oil up. Remember, oil, we move into May today, right, Shai?
Yeah.
So May contract, that's the 0526 on the Ninja platform, 96.09 there. And then we've got heating oil up nearly 6%. Natural gas is up 1%. Gold flat. Pretty much metals flat across the board. Besides copper, up off 1.25%. Getting a little bit of rotation again. Copper continues to just not really stay bid, right? I mean, it tries to go bid and it comes back. It's
kind of a worry on, are we going to have a global recession because of this?
Yeah, I know. Inflation, recession. Who knows? And then your 10-year yield this morning comes in at 4.21. Bonds are pretty much flat. It's interesting. You got ZB down 5. You got ZN. Why is it not up 5? It's up half a tick. At first, I thought that was 5. Hold on a minute. Yeah, it's only half a tick. And everything else is flat when we look at currencies. Not a lot there. Bitcoin, 74,000 plus, continues to stay bid. I do think at some point in the next week or two, it's gonna try and push towards 80K. I'll show that on my charts why I think that's likely, as long as it holds above 67. So we're kind of in the middle of where I think that range could be. But before we get on all of that, Shai, the news.
All right. Well, oil updates today. So we do have oil up this morning. We have two things that happened overnight that are contributing to this. You have the key UAE oil hub suspend loadings. This is the Fujairah oil hub in the UAE. And also the loading berths at the tanker terminals, which handle the liquid cargo, are also halted as of this morning, according to a note from Inchcape Shipping Services. Now, it was originally thought that it was only partially closed, so we found out overnight it is all the way closed, as well as the tanker terminals. We also had an attack on UAE's Shah field, which is a huge gas field that supplies about 500 million cubic feet of gas daily to the domestic grid. That was also halted due to an attack. We have diesel topping $5 a gallon in the United States. Nationwide retail price reached $5.044 a gallon.
Not good.
Not good. We talked to Patrick about that yesterday. If you didn't see it, go back and listen to it. That was a great interview with him in the morning, Gas Buddy. We do have ships navigating the strait, but only if they have made deals with Iran. Again, only 6 ships in the last 24 hours, and they're taking a route that like hugs very close to the Iran border. So Iran's effectively controlling the whole strait right now because everybody else is kind of scared to go through, and they're picking and choosing who can go through so far. It's been Pakistan, India, and UAE. And they're in talks with Iraq. So we'll see what happens with that. Moving on to the tech sector. We had NVIDIA obviously had their big conference yesterday. Huang unveiled a bunch of new products and predicted that the company's flagship AI processors would generate 1 trillion with a T in sales through 2027.
Jesus.
I know. At the heart of the message, he said demand for computing power continues to soar, and obviously NVIDIA is uniquely equipped to meet the challenge. He believes that demand has increased by 100 million times in the last 2 years, and it has much more to go. Now, we did see initially NVIDIA prices rise as much as 4.8% in the afternoon. They did pair those gains, and they closed up about 1.6%. We do have FOMC tomorrow. Bloomberg Economist expects the FOMC to hold rates, as does everybody, for the
they can't do anything.
For the meeting.
Biggest non-event of the year.
I know, but they added that risks from the Iran war will add two-sided language around the rate path, flagging upside risk to inflation as well as downside risk to employment.
So they might cut rates and they might raise rates.
We'll see. I think it'll be about see who dissents. I think will be more interesting than anything else because we know certainly they aren't. RBA did raise rates. We talked about that a little bit yesterday in the overnight. Trump also has said that he is going to put off the meeting with Xi Jinping for a month. That was scheduled for later this month, for about a month. Now, when he first said that, that did send soybeans limit down for most of yesterday.
I saw somebody tweet about that. Was it DCP? I think it was.
I don't know
we'll
who did.
check. Yeah,
maybe Angie. Yeah. So they were limit down because they were afraid that there was going to be, some huge fight between, the trade wars all over again. But, we did have the delegations led by Besant and the Chinese vice premier in Paris on Sunday and Monday. Both sides said the talks went well, and China is willing to delay the meeting given the short preparation period and the uncertainty of the war, et cetera. So it is turned out to be a non-tariff trade event. And then, last but not least, we do have some data today. Not much, though. Pretty quiet. We have ADP weekly. Probably won't do that much, but we will call that out at 8:15. 8:30, we have New York Fed Services business activity. And at 10, we do have pending home sales. So not a lot of data today to move the market. So again, a headline-driven market.
They could. ADP weekly. It's a weekly number, and who knows what home sales. Sometimes market wants to move on it. Sometimes it doesn't. Just something to take note. Greg, from the hotel room, what's the view like of the markets?
One of the things that I think is really important for this week, and I'm going to say, it's the flows. Right, tomorrow morning, VIX expiry, and then Friday is options expiry. It's the largest options expiry ever until the next one, and I think that's really what's been and I think that's what's been holding the tape together to a large degree. You're even seeing it this morning with oil really moving, up 3%. Look at the VIX. The VIX is largely unchanged, and indices are largely unchanged, right? And so you could see how the VIX expiry and options expiry kind of holding us together here. Tomorrow morning, that VIX contract goes off the board, and so a lot of those upside calls are away, so dealers have less exposure there. So the VIX can start to trade a little truer again as well. And then Friday morning, we lose a lot of the support, of the quarterly options expiry. And so, look, I think to the extent that the war stays top of mind and oil continues to grind higher and the straits are not operating smoothly, I feel like after after this positioning kind of gets cleansed, we're going to start to see equities, react a little bit more commensurate with the uncertainty that continues. And really, the overnight news and the news all week has really been. It doesn't look like quick resolution is coming. Yes, a ship moved through yesterday with respect to Pakistan, but I don't know. The Trump administration looking for support to help move ships through the region, and everybody came back and said, "Why don't you take care of it?" So a lot of uncertainty, and the more we remain closed, the more the supply chain is going to be disrupted. Not just oil, refined products, talking about fertilizers, helium, a variety of other, critical, important goods for global supply chains. And so that's going to start showing up in the numbers, not this month, maybe not even next month, but as we push through the year. And then lastly, with respect to the Fed, kind of a non-event, as you described. But look, the Fed is going to have to address the dynamics here with respect to the war, elevated oil prices, food prices later this year, and is really going to put them in a bind. They're just not going to be able to cut rates because we've put a floor in for headline inflation now probably for the next 3 to 6 months. And look, they're not going to be able to raise rates either. Not that they should, but with the pressure from the administration, the Fed's kind of stuck here. So no help from the Fed in either direction. As we push through to tomorrow's meeting.
Yep. A lot to take in from everything Craig and Shai said, Jimmy. And you and I are simple guys. I mean, let's talk about a couple things, right? We're in rollover, not coming out of it, but we are getting close to the end. I mean, we're into the June product, into the equity indexes, obviously even rollover in crude oil. So we had all these markets rolling over. We heard Craig talk about all the expirations, the biggest one ever until the next one, like he said. All of this different news flow. And are we not impressed at how well the indexes have held up? I mean, I know that this is not something that I'm looking at as a potential trade, saying that they're bullish or bearish from here. But when I look at the indexes, they seem so muted amongst all these things that are going on.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, from the calendar year highs in the S&P, we're only down 5%. And, when you get into this kind of extreme global potential calamity we're in right now, you would expect a 10%, 15%, even 20% reaction. And we're really not getting that in the stock index futures. I mean, they've been resilient along with Bitcoin, by the way. But I think yesterday was an interesting day. I think it was a little bit of not only in S&P but also in the bonds. I think it was a little bit of sell the panic, buy the dip. Right, we've been selling the panic. Yesterday, folks are buying the dip again. But today, hasn't been any continuation buying yet. I know the bell hasn't rung yet, but we haven't had that yet. We're kind of stuck where we ended up last night. So we'll see if that kind of picks up and we get some more risk on in the equity markets and the bond market.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the overnight range in the S&P, 67.59.5. We're sitting right on the highs right now, and then the low was 67.15. I mean, the ranges aren't even that big for all of the things that are going on. I'll go back to you, Craig. I mean, you look at the equity indexes. I'm not doing a lot. I think it's a great day traders market because every day you come in and you could fade a rally, you could buy a dip. I mean, it's a kind of a market for every kind of different strategy out there. You like mean reversion? Just wait till Wednesday. You'll probably get something. I mean, there's no real trend to this market. Not only is the market working through rollover, headlines, all of these things, it's working through a massive consolidation that we've been in for 6 months.
Yeah. Look, I think what you see a dynamic in play where the overnight kind of gives you a little bit of direction based on the geopolitical or based on kind of what's happening. And so if there's overnight negative news, like even overnight with the oil market moving higher, equities kind of were a little bit softer overnight. And then when you get into the U.S. trading hours where there's more flows that are tied into zero data expiry, you get the reversion. Similar thing happened yesterday too, as there was some euphoria early on. And then as we kind of got through the day, the positive gamma kind of brought the tape back under control as well. And so you have the 0 day and you have the dynamics in play there that make it more difficult for the markets to move. But I think after this week, it's going to be, or after this Wednesday, it's going to be something that makes it more challenging to, and we'll probably see things move a little bit more dynamically.
Yeah, and you've been spot on with these expirations and what happens leading up to them and then post these expirations. Again, I just think in general, the market is pricing things in so quickly and pricing things out so quickly that it's like always in a rush to get back into like this consolidation period, which is not a market that I would expect in this kind of environment. You have massive uncertainty in rates, right? I mean, we come from a place where President Trump is pounding the table for rates to go lower. You're getting a change of the Fed in May, which is only 2 months away, not even that at this point. And now you're seeing massive inflation. And like we said, they may cut rates, but who knows? Inflation could come back and there could be a case. I'm not saying it's going to happen. We know it's actually not going to happen. Well, we don't know, no, but we kind of know.
Private payroll.
Yeah. Oh,
All right, private payrolls just came in, so plus 9,000. Prior was 15,000, so lower than last week. But last week was kind of a blowout number, so.
Yeah, so getting back to it again, it's like, you get these jobs datas, right? All these different crosswinds that are coming through and hitting the tape. And the equity market prices things in and prices things out so quickly. Again, total day traders market. I think for a lot of you out there, I talk about this a lot. I mean, if you go back to like last year where we were, when we remember 1 year anniversary, excuse me, see our little candle above NinjaTrader Live? That's pretty cool. Production always does cool stuff. We were talking about primary trends. We were talking about main things that were leading the tape, right? Remember around this time leading into April, we had bonds going down aggressively. Market was going down. It was tariffs. We were trending. You had everything sloping lower. We really had a dominant trend, high volatility, right? If you come to this market, yes, there has been news, yes, there's been headlines, but you don't have any sort of real dominant trend. And I think it's really across the board, besides oil. Because if you look at bonds, you look at equities, and you even look at metals. Metals, to me, look like they're in for a massive consolidation. They could be inside this recent high and lows for months. And so we just have to temper expectations, I think. What's that, Shay, you want to say?
Absolutely. No, I was just going to point out that I think it's really interesting. You have, well, obviously, since the war began, end of February, right, 28th, I think it was, you have oil up 43%, you have Bitcoin up over 13%, and gold down 5%. So that kind of
since the beginning of it, yeah.
Since the beginning of the war with Iran. So from the 28th.
Yeah, and you go back to like Bitcoin remains in favor right now. Why? Again, we don't know the reasons, but it's the market that's just bid. And again, I think it always comes down to it's easy to manage risk from here. I mean, I looked at my stuff. I've talked about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a market where, maybe you could put some money in there because the risk reward now starts to get a little bit more in favor. Jimmy, back to you. Let's talk about some of the metals again, because I know we're going to talk a lot about the indexes. We always talk a lot about the indexes, but the divergence within the metals right now is very noticeable. You have gold up, silver down, platinum up, copper down. There's no real trend to the metals anymore. Since the beginning of the war, maybe even prior to that, I think leading into it, we had at least a theme within metals. That has totally gone away now.
Yeah, I mean, gold is kind of surprising. I mean, looking at the gold chart, it's almost bearish. I mean, we have moving averages crossing under. We have this consolidation range that we kind of broke through on the downside. We have a 50 EMA in sight. RSI is kind of sloping down. So there's a lot of negative types of indicators on the gold chart right now. I'm hesitant to see if we can get back up into that consolidation range. I mean, we're below it. We need to get back up to 50.77 plus for me to be bullish here. But right now, it's a baby candle. We have a baby body yesterday, a baby body today. It's kind of almost just kind of waiting to see which way to go. If you go all the way back in gold to the end of January, that big benchmark candle here, it's still a valid candle. I mean, we've been trading within that candle ever since it was made. And so again, I go to that midpoint, that piercing line, they call it in technical analysis, 50.77.5, and that's my line in the sand. We're below it. It's right by where all the moving averages are. It's right by where the short-term support was. This is my line in the sand. And as long as we're below it, I'm going to feel bearish right now from a technical point of view. In this particular market. So, and I think in copper too, going back to what Craig and Tracy said, I mean, this market's stuck, man. It's kind of stuck sideways here. It's below that $6 level. I was super bullish not too long ago, and now it's like sideways.
Yep. Well, if you like mean reversion tapes, as a day trader where you come in and you have two-way action. Again, I think this is really a year where short-term day traders, you see a lot of these different strategies that are really focused on the short term, which is what most of our traders are probably using. Very probably few are sitting on multi-day positions. This is a year where you're going to, again, you don't need to look at the big picture too much. I mean, of course, we're going to shed light on what's happening outside of the charts every morning here on NinjaTrader Live to help you understand the context of the situations. But when I look at the charts, one of the things I've looked at for many, many years is I just look at the daily Bollinger Bands, 20 period, 3 standard deviation, the boomer bands, as we like to call them. And they are all flat across the board, really almost everything I watch besides oil. And I look at it and go, man, it's just like you have no range expansion. You have every market almost that I look at is really looking at consolidation. What gets interesting with the S&P is that we did look like we were going to have range expansion, and now we're pulling right back into the mean again. And again, I go back to you, Craig, and I understand that you think after Wednesday things could open up. But at this point, again, I look at this tape. If I were to just pull everything out of what's happening, I look at the S&P and I go, not a bad low.
Yeah. No, look, I think that it's important, and we talk about it a lot. It's, these flows are indicative, or they depend on the calendar, right? And so there are certain times of the month where they have a bigger impact on the tape than they do at other times of the month. And clearly in the run up to expiry week, let's say last Wednesday through this Wednesday, Thursday into Friday, they have a much more pronounced impact than they do in the following week. And so the probability that this stuff that we talk about, the macro stuff, can actually matter for the tape and we can get trend days and big directional moves is less in the windows and is higher out of the windows. And so as we push through next week, the support in either direction that's been kind of keeping the tape range bound goes away for a period of time. Those positions then build back up as we move through into the next expiry and then certainly into the quarterly expiries. But look, I think you're right. I think you're right. In the times when those flows are strong, the mean reversion aspects are there. And then when they're weaker, the potential for directional moves is higher. And so if we get negative headlines into this weekend or some more hedging, of the dynamics and the geopolitical, I think we could start to move more aggressively next week. On the flip side, if something happens and the president finds an off ramp here and Iran agrees to it, and shipping flows are moving through Hormuz starting next week, we can have a violent move to the upside because those other flows are now gone as well, and the VIX will fall and will be supportive in that regard. So I think from a timing perspective, it's just important to think, what kind of regime are we in? Are we in negative and positive gamma? And what time of the month are we in? And that'll really help dictate whether or not you use the fundamentals and you use the macro as a guide, or it's really just kind of a day trader scalping type situation.
Got it. And so really Wednesday marks a big day for us this week then. So you have the VIX expiration and then FOMC. You get past those two things. And then Friday, obviously in the morning, we've got triple witching. We've got, futures expiring. It'll probably be a busy morning, even it's a lot of times it's busy right before the bell as it comes off. And we get past this and we go into another Friday, which, on the Friday show and the Sunday show, they're always talking about it. And I agree with them. It seems like every headline comes out on Fridays now. It's very strange.
Well, yeah, we've been talking about it, but because they don't want to risk an adverse move to the markets. So if they're going to do something, it's going to be on the weekend, so the markets have time to digest what has happened before they open Sunday night, Monday morning.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's because Fred, what do you call it? Because Craig talks about the windows of opportunity, so they could get busier if they announce it on a Friday.
We do have Hassett, and I just wanted to mention Hassett was on speaking this morning, and yesterday Israel had said war was going to last at least 3 more weeks. Hassett just said 4 to 6 weeks this morning.
I mean, the fact that they're even predicting how long this stuff is going to last is just unbelievable to me. But it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. But, that's their window. Yeah. So just pointing out that it was 2 weeks, then 3 weeks, now 4 to 6 weeks.
They don't know.
So, exactly.
Yeah, they're just telling you something, whatever. Less than a minute left. Craig, close us out. Final thoughts coming into today's trading day.
Yeah, again, the flows, you mentioned it ad nauseum, but I think the Fed is important tomorrow. I know it's kind of a non-event from a rates perspective, but there's still, an expectation in the markets that the Fed is going to be accommodative and easy, and certainly so if and when Warsh gets in there, which who exactly knows when that's going to happen. But to the extent that the oil price momentum and broad inflation stays with us for longer. And every day this goes by, it just makes it harder and harder to eliminate those threats of inflation. That's going to make it more difficult for the Fed to actually deliver on the rate cuts later this year. And so I think the market is going to be keen to hear, are there dissents? I suspect Myron will dissent. I suspect Waller will dissent as well. Not really such a big deal, but the dot plot is coming out too. And so we'll see, are there shifts in the dot plot that suggest that maybe the easing expectations from earlier this year really aren't there. Remember, at the last meeting, the Fed did upgrade its assessment of the labor market. That was before the negative payroll print from earlier this month. So a lot of up in the air there. But I think if the market starts to believe that the Fed can't deliver accommodation this year, it may get a little bit more concerned. And then if we start to see numbers get hit from some of this impact, I know FedEx reports later this week, Micron reports later this week, Carnival reports later this week. So a couple, big names that are indicative on the broad economy. If they start to signal the impact, and we'll get questions about it on their calls, what's the impact of the war so far? How are you thinking about it? That might give the investors some reason for caution as they're thinking about the impacts here of the war so far.
Yeah, dot plots. I mean, you got to be joking me with them. I don't know. Listen, I mean, you've got a new Fed chair coming in, and you got all these different things. If anybody follows what the dot plot's going to be, yeah, I've got news for you. I got a bridge to tell you. But it's about that time for the most handsome man in the business. Look at him, my man, Jimmy Cagnina, for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the U.S. Treasury bonds again. This is a daily candle chart right now, and you can see this is when the war started, right? This is the Monday after this big red candle. We've been selling off pretty consistently ever since. We hit kind of a double bottom here, but then we penetrated it to form this kind of tweezer bottom down here. Not perfect tweezer bottom, but I'm going to call it that at 113 and 19/30. And, when I say sell the panic, buy the dip, I think that was yesterday. I think we had kind of a little bit of a mean reversion. We had some buyers come back in. This was a significant green candle. And today, we kind of tested it. We tested that midpoint. We kind of tested that 114 handle. Buyers defended it. So we're back up to the top of that candle right now. But technically, all the moving averages are crossing under. That's not such a good look. And remember, September lows are all the way down at 113, almost even. This is, I think, at this point about inflation expectations more than anything. There might have been some positions unwinded. I don't know. But intraday here, we do have some targets here. We're trading toward the top of the range. We have previous sessions highs right there at 114, 21/30. We have R1 right above that. That's at 114.29. And that 0 DTE call resistance and 0 DTE gamma wall right at 115. Above that, we even have some more targets. We have R2 and then that one day max from MenthorQ is expected range based on their algorithm, 115 and 11/30. Achievable? Yes, not that far away. On the downside, we have JAX1 at 14. 114 even. We have that one-day min, the opposite of one-day max, of course, at 113 and 29/30, and then followed by S1, and then previous sessions lows, should things break bad again at 113, 19/30. That's Treasury bonds. Let's take a peek at the E-mini S&P really quickly here. Now, remember, I just clicked on the March accidentally. June. We're in June, everybody. That's where all the volume is for sure. Let me get back to my daily chart here as it percolates a little bit. This is interesting kind of phenomenon brewing right now. This ADMA is super important to me. It's spot on right now. We've been trading below it, ever since March 2nd. And, yesterday we closed right above it a little bit. Today we're above it again. This is a little bit bullish. Look at that tail, that shadow on the bottom of today's daily candle. Buyers are coming back in and pressing. And where are they pressing to? We have the official point of control right here at 67.89, rounded up to 67.90. And that's matches spot on almost with the 150 simple moving average. That's a sweet spot for me. Should buyers keep getting busy here in this particular market? Again, we're down less than 5% now on the year, this is a resilient market. Let's just kind of shoot over intraday here. Yeah, we have a breakout to the upside for whatever reason just now. We've been trading above VWAP ever since 520 to 530 candle this morning. I got a 30-minute. I got to adjust my times. Targets on the upside, we have previous sessions high 67.84 4.75. JAX 2 at 6,800. R1 slightly above that at 04. And then we have that one-day max all the way. That's a PAX line we just blew through. All the way up here at 68.36 half. So the target's on the upside for sure. On the downside, should this break badly, remember the London IB low kind of forms the bottom of the conversation right now in this market. That's at 67.17 1/4. Last Monday's open is kind of in the rearview mirror. It's all the way, it's below JAX 1, which is at 6,700. It's at 66.85. So we'll keep an eye on that line in the sand also, kind of a war gauge right there. S1 and one-day min, approximately 66.75, and then previous sessions lows as well. So there are targets on the upside as well as the downside. Later on this morning, we will cover the Bitcoin because it is super, super interesting marketplace as well as that's catching a bid. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
We have Brent, aka Black Lion. He works for a family office and he was a CTA. So love to get his macro thoughts on the market and where he sees bonds, equities, and commodities right now.
Yeah, love Black Lion. Let's take a look at who else will be on the network today for our 1-year anniversary. If you're just tuning in, check out that candle above NinjaTrader Live. It's pretty cool. Happy St. Patrick's Day, too, as well, everybody. Morning Gap, of course, Black Lion. Tape Talk is going to be with TTrades. We got Trade the Open with Merritt and Christian Black Boxes today. Midday Markets is going to be Leo and Nick for a tick. And then Trade the Close is XYZ, Selma, and Stowe. All right, let's bring in the Black Lion. Good morning.
Good morning and happy anniversary to everybody. Congratulations. Huge achievement.
Thank you very much. Great to have you here today on the anniversary day. And we're talking about how Wednesday this week is kind of a important day. We've got VIX expiration, FOMC. You look at the markets coming into today, and the markets are in an interesting moment, I think. I think this week has pretty good importance because we had that big move lower in S&P last week where we're now starting to give back, getting back up all the way back up to where we were off of that bounce off of that low. And it's a day where, you know what I see is crude oil up and equities up. It's something that's changed a little bit in the dynamic. What are you seeing coming into today?
I think the biggest word I would use to describe equities, Anthony, is complacency. And I think probably somewhat dangerous complacency. And I think you highlighted it properly with crude oil up. My sense out here, the people I talk to, some of the advisors I talk to, is a bigger fear of missing a potential upside as opposed to protecting downside. There is a lot of confirmation bias or recency bias, I guess is probably the more appropriate way of sort of the correction of what happened last April with Liberation Day, that this is something we can just flip a switch. Everything is going to go back to the status quo of where it was on February 27th. So right now, other than VIX being elevated, as far as, if I pull up a chart of equities, all I see is complacency.
It's funny that you say this because I hadn't really thought about it from that perspective. There's more fear in missing the rally.
Yeah, that's
crazy
a constant theme I
it.
keep hearing is we've been so conditioned to buy the dip, everything's going to be okay, Trump's going to taco, and it's going to be right back to, we're in easy financial conditions. I think the Fed, not necessarily tomorrow, but going forward is going to make those conditions even easier. And that all of these, things like whether it was Liberation Day, what's going on over in Southwest Asia, is just momentary distractions and buying opportunities.
Yep. And again, I look at today, and what is a little bit different in character is if yesterday I was watching the tape most of the day, in and out of calls, like kind of like peeking at it, not staring at it too closely, and sometimes you almost get a better perspective that way. You have oil getting weaker, equities getting stronger. When oil were to get a bounce, equities would get weaker. Something that we just are all looking at. I mean, it's the fear of war. If oil's getting a bid, everyone thinks someone knows something, and whatever, right? So equities start to get a little bit softer. Today, that trade is just going away a little bit. And you're also seeing the bond market, which was weaker this morning, now start to get bid. And I guess when I look at this, is this coming into the VIX expiration? Is this like, what do you think is it really just looking past that fear of I don't want to miss this rally? Because all of a sudden equities are shaping up for a day where I would say just 24 hours ago you would not expect equities reaction to be what it is off of bond and crude oil today.
I think that, a couple of things. One, and Anthony, you've forgotten more about a lot of this stuff than I'll ever know. But one thing was I didn't put a lot of stock in yesterday's equity moves because you were in that weird day in the roll where you had volume was in one month and the open interest was in the other. And whenever we go through that day, and typically that happens on Tuesday, but this time it happened on Monday, that I don't get it. To me, a lot of equity futures are mostly noise. I don't get much signal on that day. In fact, I did zero directional work yesterday. I worked my short vol strategy and that was it. So I didn't put a lot of emphasis on yesterday. Again, I just seen nothing but complacency. I think what's interesting is a lot of the debate on what is the FOMC going to do going forward and how are they going to view this rise in energy prices. On the downside, my concerns are that we have gotten very U.S. centric, that we tend to look in the mirror, we tend to look at our world through a soda straw. And because of we're producing 13.5 million barrels per day of crude oil here in America. We are still net importers of crude oil, but it's a very small amount. We are the world's refiner. So we are basically insulated from a lot of this. But what I think equities and markets in general are looking past is a lot of this growth, a lot of the AI story relies on products that are being built in Southeast Asia and East Asia, which is extremely sensitive to what is going on in Iran and the Straits of Hormuz. And you're starting to see astronomically rising fuel oil prices. I think Malaysia had a headline out today. I'm sure Tracy's already on top of those things. That you look at the damage this is doing to Japan, Korea, and places that we're counting on, it's hard to keep sustaining our growth story in equities, and yet we're still extremely complacent. So that's the one thing I keep coming back to. As far as, oil goes, I think we just need to expand outside of America. I mean, okay, I paid, $3.89 for gasoline. I've been paying $2.59 for gasoline. It's a nuisance, but I'm not changing, I'm not altering my lifestyle. But now this morning we're seeing on-highway diesel prices are over $5. That's really going to start to hit freight, airlines, et cetera. So those are some of the things that I'm looking at, Anthony.
And do you think everybody, obviously, we're not going to have a cut tomorrow, even though the administration would love that. But what do you expect from the Fed? Do you think they're going to tweak anything as far as purchases or, any kind of internal kind of tweaks to the balance sheet?
I don't know that we're going to get, I think that they are probably talking about the balance sheet and probably talking about reserve management operations. One of the things that's been interesting was they said that they were going to have elevated operations going forward really into this month and possibly early into April due to tax day, because there is going to be a larger than normal refunds coming this time. So they were planning on doing RMO. The things that I'm watching there, Tracy, is Treasury forecast that they were going to have the Treasury general account up over $1 trillion by the end of the quarter. And we're still kind of struggling down here around 800 billion or so. So there's still some work to do to build the Treasury general account up to be able to, absorb the tax refunds. That hasn't really happened. Treasury just scaled back some of the T-bill offerings by $5 billion this week. And we've got the bill coming due for the war. I mean, this isn't free. Donald Trump, broadcast that Lockheed Martin, and Raytheon have agreed to quadruple their production. They're not doing it out of charity. I mean, they're going to have to get paid for all that stuff eventually. So I think the Fed is probably talking about RMO. I think they are probably talking about the balance sheet. I don't know that they're going to make any changes. Tomorrow is really kind of a non-event, as you already stated. You guys are clearly on top of this. No policy change tomorrow. I think that assuming that Kevin Warsh sails through confirmation, which is my expectation that once that process begins, it'll go very smoothly for him. You'll get the usual circus from Senator Warren and Senator Kennedy. They'll make for entertainment. At the end of the day, he's going to be confirmed. And that this is really Jerome Powell's last time in the chair. So I think you're going to hear a lot of him profusely thanking everybody, complimenting his staff and whatnot. We do get a new summary of economic projections. I expect a wide dispersion of interest rate expectations from the committee. And that's really going to be about it. I don't expect much forward guidance. I think he'll get a lot of questions about, are you going to stay on as a governor? A lot of things about, what do you see with oil prices? Are you going to look through all this? And I think he's going to just defer all of that. So it'll be a somewhat interesting press conference, a not very interesting statement, and then we'll begin watching the Warsh confirmation.
That makes sense. And then in your mind, I mean, the longer this lasts, I mean, initially we had 2 weeks, then 3 weeks. Now has it out this morning saying 4 to 6 weeks. Could this push us into a recession such that the Fed ends up having to cut rates?
Yeah, I don't think you can discount that. There's a two-step process with what's going on with energy prices. First of all, short term it's inflationary, but then in the intermediate to long term, that begins to tighten financial conditions. It won't be as dramatic as it was, say, back in the 90s and the early 2000s, just because we import less. But it's still going to wash up on our allies' shores, and then at some point the Fed will probably have to cut into that growth slowing down, or just economic activity slowing down. But let me just be clear about my position. The Fed is going to cut sooner rather than later, regardless of whether it's for economic or political conditions. All of this talk about how the Fed might tighten is just absolute theater. As far as I'm concerned, as long as Donald Trump's in office, rates are on a ratchet and they only go one direction, down. They may pause occasionally, but there's no threat of rates being raised, to try to curtail demand or anything. But I do think what the situation that you're raising, Tracy, is real. And let me add something else to this. I've been talking a lot about it on Twitter because I don't think it's getting the attention it deserves. The amount of natural gas feedstock and other components that go into fertilizer production that go through those straits is enormous. And one of the things we haven't talked about a lot is agriculture. We have lived in a time of tremendous prosperity for us as consumers. I'm not trying to put this on the farmers, because a lot of farmers and the producers have had a tough time with some of the pricing. But if you go back and pull up charts of corn and soybean and wheat and everything for the last several years, they're incredibly benign, as opposed to what we saw 10, 12, 15 years ago. And a lot of that is the fertilizer technology and the yields that has produced, also the absence of, major droughts and stuff. Now, if you go and curtail the ability to keep up that fertilizer regimen that has given us these bountiful yields, now you start to throw in food prices, which is a longer term story, probably into this year and early next, on top of the energy problem. And you've got real issues going on around the world, and we will not be insulated from it.
I mean, I know we say that the Fed is going to be cutting rates because it's under President Trump and that's what he wants. I can't wait to see how this unfolds, because you're going to have a time where the new Fed chair is going to be pressured by the president and persuaded by him, when the market might be saying, hold my beer. Because I don't know in any world where we don't see inflation start to come back here a little bit. I mean, Shai, I don't know what you think about it. Maybe that's the last thing we talked to Brent about. I mean, if you feel that way, Brent, it's like, again, our equities hoping to hear some of that, hear that more as we come into this new Fed chair. Like you said, this is Powell's last time, and I mean, who knows what he'll say, but I don't know. I guess I'm not a believer of it. I don't know that I see it happening.
This is what we're all struggling with, Anthony, and so don't feel bad. I'm trying to stay open-minded and really, I listen to the Fed very closely, and this is what I'm hearing from Jerome Powell and others. Chris Waller is one who's actually been fairly transparent about it. Is they are viewing price stability and the inflation mandate very differently than what you and I grew up and what you and I traded for years.
That's
Okay.
that's the difference. Yeah.
We were told that 2%, I remember when 2% first started to kind of leak out into the vernacular, I think it was in 2012, it was kind of viewed as a ceiling. They said, hey, we have a hard time managing this very precisely. Deflation is the big bogeyman. If we use 2% kind of as a ceiling, that keeps inflation positive and everybody's great. Then 2% became a target where it'll float a little bit above, a little bit below. Then we got into post-COVID where now we've got average inflation targeting where we want to run inflation above 2% to make up for the times that it was below 2%, which I think was a colossal error. And now you've got Powell talks about inflation with respect to behavior. He's looking at consumer behavior, meaning if you and I and Tracy aren't running out and buying twice as much groceries as we normally would because we think our groceries are going to be 10% higher the next week, or filling up our gas tank every day because we think our gas is going to be up 10% tomorrow, as long as our behavior doesn't change and he doesn't see evidence of that in consumer behavior, they are really putting the price stability mandate on the back burner. They're viewing 2% as a floor. They're going to prioritize the growth and employment mandate and also kind of subtly under the surface moderate interest rates and financial stability. So the idea that just because, oh my gosh, core PCE is running at 3% or even 4%, that they're suddenly going to raise rates, I don't think that's correct. And if you go back and look, and when they started raising rates in March of 22, what was CPI year over year was 8% before they started raising rates. I'm not saying they're going to let it go there again, but this idea that they are suddenly going to knee-jerk and react to core PCE being at 3% or even a little bit higher, I think is sort of an antiquated model. I don't think it applies. And I think we are going to be shocked because of the size of our national debt and the debt to GDP we're trying to run, and combined with the political desires of the president, how hot inflation could get before they will change course.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole time you're saying that, all I can think about is that's why you need to start watching debt. And we have Danielle DiMartino Booth come in and talk to us about how that looks. Brent, we have to end it there. You're the man, buddy. I appreciate you coming on here. Everyone go and give Brent a follow on X. You won't be disappointed. All right, Brent.
All right, man. Thank you. Congratulations again. Tremendous achievement. You guys are doing some great work in the markets. I look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you, my friend.
Take care.
So I think about this. It's like the trade really probably is long the short end, short the long end. I mean, again, it's just, I like to hold positions. This is not a market you could hold anything in, and I've stopped trying to hold stuff. But I do think that if this does play out that way, it's long the short end, short the long end, and what this does to the yield curve and what that looks like,
Which would catch everybody off guard again. I mean, everybody just got caught off guard when the Iran war started.
They were all long the long end.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, what do I know?
We'll see.
We'll see what happens. Any kind of final thoughts, Shai, before we hop into TTrades?
Again, you guys, it is a headline-driven market. Very little data. All we have left is pending home sales at 10. So potentially a market mover, probably not with everything that's going on right now. So just be aware of the headlines. I'll be in the chat. If anything comes up, I definitely will post it in there.
All right, Shai. We'll see you in there. Thank you. All right, let's bring in T. Good morning, T.
Morning. How are you doing?
What were you eating the other day when you were posting that on X? Was that a prime rib?
Yeah, prime rib. No one knows what it looks like, so they all thought it was raw.
I mean, these kids these days.
They'll get cultured one time.
Yeah, I mean, when you coming by me so I could buy you a steak?
Let's go maybe next month, maybe June. I don't know. I'll come around.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I got to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Miss my
It's
guy,
been a
T.
minute.
Yeah.
I'll bring the new car
all right,
down.
T. Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Cool. I can't wait to see it. So, T, let's get into it a little bit. Remember, everybody, each and every Tuesdays with T, as we like to call it here on NinjaTrader Live, 1 year into the network. Again, happy anniversary, everybody, and happy St. Patrick's Day. This segment is brought to you by CME Group, where risk meets opportunity, where T and I dive into the charts and we take a look at more than just the indexes. We hopefully open up your horizons. I know that T has done an amazing job really laying out, the currency stuff, T. I think a lot of people are always talking about it. I think you're getting more and more people to start to look at currencies, which I think is a very good thing, because I think those markets are really good for a lot of traders that maybe aren't having some success in the indexes. Where do you want to begin today, T?
Yeah, we can start with metals, and then I actually did make a YouTube video on currencies, so we can cover a little bit of that towards the end of the segment.
Cool.
But just getting into metals, it's not. We had a nice end of last week, or at least a nice move. We had this consolidation. So just kind of running into what I'm looking at here is we have the daily chart, the monthly chart. We have a big expansion. We're just stuck in this range from these 3 days early or late January. But we open a new month, and this is a bearish month. So that keeps my bias, more downside. But we were in this consolidation. We take out the high in the consolidation, can draw that out. And then now we're at the low of the consolidation. So this is where I don't really try to predict things, but I more so react to the price action. So this initial closure tells me, hey, we can reverse or retrace back off of this low. And currently we're not really reversing, right? When you see a reversal, you want to see a nice big candle off of a point of interest. So if we don't reverse off of this low, then I'm just looking for this to continue lower. And what's next? Well, I just look for highs and lows. So this is the next low. So we either, depending on today's closure, probably tomorrow and Wednesday, depending on how that goes, we either reverse here or we just get a continuation. I'm going to be using the daily closures to tell me that. So right now I'm favoring to the downside just because we have a lack of a reversal off of that low. So just looking for a continuation of this monthly move so far. And if that does sustain, well, then it probably just continues towards April. So into these last 2 weeks.
I like what you're showing here in gold, and I think obviously we've got a lot of traders in here that have started trading gold. Remember, there's micros as well, everybody. Interesting moment here for gold. Gold's going to be busy, especially we've got Wednesday, the Fed. Gold has already been a busy mover. Going to be a good week, I think, to trade gold. Index is coming out of rollover. I almost prefer a lot of people looking more into metals and other products as we get through this roll. But interesting area here for gold right now.
Yeah. And same thing for silver here. Silver actually looks a bit stronger to me. It was weaker, but then it's holding up a bit better. But we'll see how it goes. If you look, zoom out a little, we're just in this consolidation range. We haven't really left this price in here, right around that 85 area. So, it's not super interesting. It brings everyone into the market and you see massive moves like this, and then people get stuck kind of trading this consolidation. So it's just how it goes from a large range to a small range. So, but let's go talk about your favorite oil here. We missed you the last few weeks when we talked about this move up, but I'm just looking for oil to retrace here. So we have an expansion right here, and then I want to see if this can form a swing to retrace back into this gap and really taking out some previous day's lows. And then the same thing in this gap, do we form a swing low in which we can continue back higher, or do we fail to do that, right? We fail to form a reversal out of this area and we fall lower, and we can look back towards those 80s area. I would be back into kind of this area here. So not as interesting. Same thing kind of with metals. You get a big, massive move that draws everyone into the market. Everyone's looking at it, and then it just doesn't do that much.
So what's that boxed out area? Because I think this is going to have a massive impact across all markets, whatever oil starts to do here. And so what are really the key levels you're watching for to where all of a sudden we start to turn, bearish
and so
oil?
really the most simple way to approach it on any market is just mark out your previous day's lows and previous day's highs. And by doing that, you kind of get a bunch of areas where price can look for, right? Because a lot of people, if they're trading intraday, a lot of people put their stops on the daily high or low, so we can trade away from it. But that boxed area is just a previous day low. And then if you notice, a lot of times when price is trading, there's an overlap between this previous day high and not. And you can see there's no overlap there. And so that's what the box is. If this high would have been here, well, then there's no overlap, right? So it's just where price went very fast, and you can see it any different way. You could pull up a volume profile. There's just going to be a lack of volume in this area. And so I'm just kind of looking to trade it into a low volume node. That's essentially what it is with different types of concepts. But for me, it's just a lack of an overlap between this candle's high and this candle's low, which kind of is almost treated like a gap for me.
Yeah, no, I see that. And so is that price, what is that low of that day 2 days ago?
The low there is 92.04, looks like.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I agree.
Yeah,
When I see this
92.04.
chart, I think that gets really, really interesting. And now you've got it rolled over to,
Yeah, I just use
see,
the adjusted contract. So on TradingView,
continuation. Yeah.
I just have it adjusted. So it just adjusts for me and I don't have to think about rollover much.
Yeah, because remember, everybody, we're in the May now. We rolled from April to May contract. May is trading 95.12, just for everyone out there. All right.
But that's it on oil, and then we can hop into the dollar. So the dollar is actually probably one of the most interesting. This last week, well, actually, for the last little bit, currencies, dollar has had quite an expansion off of this previous month's low over here. You can see we had a range, we took out a range low. Now we've traded to that same range high. So this is where, depending on the reaction, a lot of times what I like to see is a return back to the EQ of that range. So if I mark out from this range low to this range high, a lot of times we can see a move back towards the middle of this range. So I'm going to see there's kind of two options for me. With dollar, we either get a reaction here to trade higher, or if we fall through this area, then I'm just going to be looking for back into this area here. And I generally prefer just technically seeing this, but I also just prefer, like I said, I like a strong dollar for myself. I'm a bit selfish in that way.
Yeah, what's interesting about the charts that we're looking at, we didn't get into equities yet, but I think that you're at more critical areas right now in gold, dollar, oil, and those to me are where I think more traders should definitely be keeping an eye on. And we'll get into the
Yeah.
equity charts with you, but
Yeah,
they're more in the
we'll get
belly of
there.
these moves. These markets have potential for some big movers this week.
Yeah. And equities, I mean, if I'm going to focus on it, like I said, I tend to focus on the higher time frames. They have less volatility than the indices, and when there's less volatility, I prefer to go up time frames, not down time frames. But let's go take a look at Bitcoin really quick. So Bitcoin, also not that interesting. We have a very large range, draws people in, consolidates, right? And really, I'm just looking to see if we can get a continuation lower here. Each time we take out the range high, right? So we take out the range high, can we get a continuation lower? This kind of fails, right? We take out this range high, can we get, depending on today's closure and how we form, do we form a continuation to go back into the range? Because the way I'm looking at this is when I see lows that are set up like this, a lot of times that's something I want to target. So if we get a nice move lower, then I'll just be looking for Bitcoin to go back to that 70K mark, 69K.
Yeah, I mean, and my stuff, I think as long as it holds 67K, I've been talking about it. I think we're going to see the 80K handle. It's been so resilient. I mean, it's kind of grinded its way out of this consolidation. It's not really been a strong move higher. And I wonder how much participation has been in. And you know how everyone likes to chase Bitcoin when it rallies or breaks. And the next couple of days is an important day for Bitcoin. It's got to stay outside of this recent range. I agree with you. If
Yeah.
it starts pulling back anymore, right back into what it's been.
Yeah. Personally, I don't have any interest in the long side, at least until April, just because if you look at these monthly candles, we have a big move down, and then we're just directly inside this range here. So to me, it's less interesting if I'm going to be focusing on continuations. I'm going to let this monthly candle close, and then we would form a continuation off of that. But I'd just prefer the downside just because I do not like these lows. But you and I both know that sometimes Bitcoin makes these lows like this and trades away. But we have a
Yep.
few minutes left, so let's get into indices. And like you were saying, indices is not that, I'm choosing the most clean one here, YM. But if we take a look at NASDAQ, we look at ES, it looks like garbage, right? It's just consolidation. We're still kind of just ranging here. It's probably the worst price action I've ever traded. So I'm just kind of sitting on the sidelines for most of this because it's tough, right? There's no real trend to it. But if we do want to focus on something, we talk about relative strength most weeks, and NASDAQ is the strongest. You can see how it's holding up. YM is the weakest, and then ES is in the middle. So I'm tend to focus on YM here because it's the weakest, but intraday it is the strongest. And so if I was going to focus on something for today, I would just be looking for YM to trade to its previous day high and potentially this daily high as well. And then from there, once again, I just react and see how the daily closes, right? It's kind of like this day. We move higher, but we react off of this high and we form a reversal. We can look lower, close below this low. We don't react off this low, so we can trade it lower. And so it's just a reaction game. It's not that interesting. And like you said, if I wanted to focus on something, I'm probably going to focus somewhere in the currencies or metals. You know, And yeah, it's just not that interesting for indices to me.
Yeah, I mean, again, well, you and I like to hold trades a little bit, at least try to, right? And the
Yeah.
indexes are forcing you to be in and out every day. I mean, there's no multi-day holding indexes right now. I mean, it's great for day traders, I think. If you like mean reversion or if you like, be able to trade long and short within the same day, you see it pretty much every day. So again, all depends on style and time frame. We've got 30 seconds left. Any chance you could pull up the bond market for me? I want to see what you think of it because we got a Fed day tomorrow. I'm curious maybe what you're seeing. You could pull up ZB or ZN. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I look at that. I'm curious what T thinks I hear
I
from a
mean,
technical perspective.
I'm not a huge fan of trading away from a low without taking it out like that, generally speaking. So I'm not a big fan of this move up here. Yes, we're getting it, right? You can trade that into previous day high, but here I'd actually prefer, a continuation lower. I actually like to stay away from a move like this because, like I said, I want to be trading those large ranges. I don't want to be trading after those large ranges. You take a look at this monthly candle. It took out its previous high over here, took out the previous month's high, and it already took out its previous month's low. So it has a large range here. And usually that's when you can get caught in a consolidation or a reversal or something like that. And so the same thing with this, I would generally tend to prefer that in the next month just because I consider this range to be pretty exhausted. It's kind of like this. It's already moved higher. When do I want to focus on it in the new month?
Yep. Boy, that makes it interesting going into a Fed meeting with the long end looking like this. And again, bond market, oil market, dollar market, going to have some pretty big moves, and we'll see what that does to the equity market. T,
Yeah.
you're the best. Everybody, hit like and subscribe. Never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live. And somebody asked me, what's that candle lit on the bottom corner, Deli? That's the 1 year anniversary of NinjaTrader Live. We launched it last year on St. Patrick's Day. So, like I said, a lot has happened over the past year. Chat, you guys have been unbelievable. Great to have T part of this network. Go follow T and what he's doing on X. Go check out what he's doing on his YouTube channel. I say it every week. One of the best in the business. T, you're the man. I'll see you.
Yeah, have a good one. Happy birthday, NinjaTrader Live.
All right, everybody, quick recap of the morning. A little bit of data came out, 8:15, not much of a market mover. Equity indexes continue to firm up throughout the morning. We've got a housing number at 10 a.m. Eastern this morning. We had Brent Blacklion on, and the conversation was great. And I go back to what is today really shaping up to be. What I think of today and a little bit of change of character. Remember, we went from March to June. So if you haven't rolled yet, that's up to you. But most people, I think, are going to be talking about the June contract, which is the 0626 on NinjaTrader. We also had oil move from March to April, so you had a lot of rollover going on this week. But the dynamic today that I think is really important to keep an eye on, you had weak bonds this morning, and you had that turnaround. So you have a stronger bond market, and now you had crude oil that's staying bid with the equity market going big. So it's turned back into the buy everything tape. Even gold this morning was teetering, not doing much, and now that has now caught a bid. So it's a different dynamic than what we saw just yesterday. As crude oil was rallying, you saw equity indexes get a little bit weaker. And when you had bonds lower, and how that was impacting equity indexes. And now you're starting to see everything kind of go back together, which is a little bit of a different tape that we've had. And that's why there's no two better guys to go over this, because I'm sure Merritt's going to be trading possibly some different markets outside of indexes, but who knows? And we know Chris is going to give us the best insight as to what the markets, NASDAQ and S&P, are looking like trend-wise coming into the day. So remember, Tuesdays, black boxes. Let's get ready to trade the open with Merritt and Chris. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Good morning.
Hey guys. Hello, hello.
Hey, Kristen.
Where are you at, Merritt?
I'm down at the freezing cold beach, Came down for a little sun and warmth, and it's freezing cold.
Yeah. Oh man.
Is it cold
Well, you didn't come
in Naples?
70s. That's probably be 80s by the time I get
30,
outside of here this
it's
morning.
like 40 degrees here in what we call 30A, in the Panhandle.
What? Oh, the Panhandle. Yeah. Yeah. No, you come this far south. We don't never. It's very rare that we get into the 30s. Although it's been kind of a cold winter here in Naples, which is nice. I like the break.
Yeah.
Chris, how you doing this morning?
I'm good. Not as cold as you guys. It's like mid 80s, almost 90s already here.
Really? Well, you're in Southern California. I mean, that's like the chart of the S&P. It just stays in a range. It doesn't really break out too much.
Yeah, very true.
So, guys, let's take a look at it today. Merritt, any positions on coming into today? Let's take a look at what you have here.
No positions, in travel mode here. I'll be looking for some make it, take it stuff, ride or ride out, just kind of some momentum moves. Um, I did catch a piece off the Sunday lows of the S&P, but again, make it, take it. I just came out of it into Monday. Um, so I don't, again, as some of the guests have gone through today, super choppy action in the indices, where they're at, longer term at the S&P here. I keep coming back to this kind of, well, what it's now with the back adjusting the rollover, kind of this 6,800 level is going to be key over here on the daily. That's value from last year, and to me, that's going to be the all clear. If we can get and start to hold above that, I'm going to be really aggressive, looking for the long side, looking for these terrible looking highs. These highs will not be the ultimate all-time highs of the market, and we never make a better one. There will be new ones. And so that's those are really, really have lack of excess for the profilers in the room. But I mean, you've got great markets across the board. Crude obviously has had, been in play, as we call it. To me, I'm looking for another reversion down to test value for the year, which is exactly what we did on the initial drop and bounce. And then obviously gold, which has been a fan favorite for a while. It is rotational, but after the heated move sustained for so long in gold, you're gonna see a little breather here and there. So this is a breather to watch. This is a really nice consolidation so far this week. Any breaks above or below in it could be looked for good momentum.
Yeah, I mean, today I go back to where I started our segment with you guys. The tape has changed a little bit today. I'm very curious to see how this day plays out, because crude oil up, equities up, gold up, bonds up. Not what we've seen as of late. And so
I know.
you wonder if it's a day where you start seeing some unwinding of some of these positions. You've got VIX expiration tomorrow. You've got FOMC. I think FOMC is kind of a snooze event. I think it's Powell's last one. We know he's rotating out. Don't expect much there. But still, nonetheless, I do expect a busy day. I mean, you wonder how things are going to play out across the board. I don't think markets are going to be just sitting back right now. I think that there's a lot to work through here.
Yep. And watch this
yeah.
10-year into this kind of really good support for the year. It's last year's VWAP, right, where we kind of continue to find these buyers bigger picture. So to me, that puts a nice higher rotation, at least back up into this 112, mid 112, high 112s.
Yeah, my chart 10 years bullish. I think it goes back up to I agree, the high 112s, almost 113. And again, all of a sudden you've got a scenario where rates were escalating quickly higher with bonds going lower, and now that could be turning around. Equity starting to look like they're turning around. You talked about 6,800 in ES, but crude oil still bid, and you wonder what that dynamic looks like as we go throughout the day. Again, expect volatility across the board, I think. Chris, what are you looking at coming into today?
So I am starting to get a little bit bullish. I'm sure I did my analysis on the March contract just because we're at a big inflection point and I don't want the gap to get in between my analysis. So here's that 3-week range for NQ. You can see that we've kept sort of back testing that from below for the last 2 days. And we're back at it again. And it looks like, there's more strength this time. So if this is becoming acceptance, which is this consolidation here over the last 2 days, this becoming acceptance of the 3-week range support, and we today or tomorrow we start climbing back through this 800 area, then I don't see why we can't finally get back in the range, traverse all the way back up into prior week high, the 25,130s, 150s area over the next few days. It was just, after that big breakdown on Thursday, Friday, we saw this big reversal yesterday, and we cannot see follow through. So I'm thinking that we now, this is a higher low essentially on the Sunday open, and we're gonna trigger a move back up. So I'll go over my morning plan. Unless the 500 area fails in NQ, then I'll be looking for sideways to higher. Now, for the plan for this morning for myself, we're attempting this hourly wedge breakout here. As long as we can hold any pullbacks for 640s, I'll be targeting Friday high 800. And then I think with enough strength, we can get to the 880s, 900 bull bear zone of this 3-week range, which is exactly the midpoint of the 3-week consolidation. If we do lose the 640s, then we can come back down to London's low 500, last area of support before we say, okay, hey, the acceptance of the 3-week range is not exactly what's happening, and we can go back down to new lows.
Yep. As choppy as indexes are, when I look at Chris's stuff and even hear what you were talking about this morning, I think it could be somewhat of a cleaner look now that we're coming out of rollover. And so I think there's going to be some decent trading action. It's been, I think, actually decent for short-term traders. I think the bigger picture is what's been really
Agreed.
cloudy. You just can't hold anything. You just can't hold it. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Again, I continue to
I
say
was
to
talking
everybody.
with some guys on the desk the other day about this. It's like the past couple years, I feel like, maybe the past 5 years, it's felt like when volatility hits, when things kind of start really flying around, there is what I call volatility, but no volatility. There's zigs and zags, but stuff goes nowhere. It just kind of continues to just kind of screw everyone who's looking for continuation. And so I think it's been important the past few years to adjust to that. I think it's been important to kind of, when VIX spikes, to actually shorten hold times. And to me, that's different than kind of what a lot of my career was when things started really flying around. That was a place to really hold cores and really let stuff run more. And to me, it just feels different now. So, I think adapting and changing over time is one of the biggest things to focus on with trading and continue to stay sharp. And that's why we love this game, is because it's never the same.
No, exactly. I mean, you learn from the action, right? So like for me earlier this year, I was trying to hold shorts. I was trying to hold some of these positions in some of the markets. And I'm like, man, this is just, everything was coming back. You train yourself to try and hold things longer. And the next thing you know, the market action is telling you to do something otherwise. And then you train yourself to do something. And all of a sudden the success rate goes down because the market's changed, and you're like, well, if I stopped holding these things as long, I'd be making more money. And then now you have to go back and adjust to that environment.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you don't take that feedback from the market, then you're just going to continue to be fighting it. And I think for me, where I am in my career, the hardest thing was going from like super, super short term to try and hold stuff. And then you get in environments like this where like, hey, I want to be short. And you try to find yourself into a position, and as things go your way, you're like, okay, all of a sudden now I'm training myself to rotate out of stuff again quicker. And you're like, well, I don't want to be that active. And so as an intraday trader, it's all these different dynamics that are always changing, but accept the feedback. You two are the best. Hopefully you guys, I think, maybe touch on this a little bit today, just talking about the feedback from the market and how you guys have adjusted, because I think there can't be anybody out there that's makes it seem like this tape has been the easiest if you're just an index trader this year. Not the cleanest. But again, depends on style and strategy. Boys, I'm handing it over to you guys. Happy 1 year. You guys have been with us from the start.
Yeah, man.
You guys are my boys.
Yes.
Have a great day, guys. And everybody in chat, again, appreciate you. 1 year anniversary. we're going to be doing the meetup in Miami. You guys are both coming, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Well, he needs me there to translate. So
yeah. Yeah, it's true. You're right, Chris. I don't know what I was thinking. So we are going to be flying somebody out. I'm going to fly somebody out from the chat to come to Miami. So just thinking about this right now. So I know that we've got the sign up list. Make sure, chat, you guys sign up. I'm going to fly one of you out there to come and visit us in Miami. And so, yeah. We were thinking about what we were going to do.
Congrats,
we're going to lay out some other stuff.
Though, man. seriously, this past year, it's been an honor to be a part of it. It's been really, really cool. It's so much positive feedback from people out there of the value that's being brought to them. And it's, again, I've said this before on stream, I'll say it again. It's a testament to you and the team that you've put together. Shab, Jim, Mike, Austin, the whole crew, everybody, just so cool.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I mean, this is a family to me now. I mean, this community, from behind the scenes to the front, to obviously all of you guys, the chat. I love doing this. It's again, you get to a point in your career where it's like it's been through so many different things for me, from being a clerk on the floors and the Euro options and the S&P, pit trader, electronic trader, moved to Florida, trading, just alone for many years, and just in my little room, in my little office here in Florida, then getting into media and then doing this. And it's what it's evolved into is something special. This has been the best time of my life. So again, just because of the camaraderie across the board, like I said, with you guys behind the scenes in the chat. So it's great to be a part of this chat. You guys are the best. Again, thank you all so much. Looking forward to meeting one of you in Miami. Get ready to be flown out to Miami to meet all of the Ninja Live crew. I think pretty much everybody's going to be there. Maybe a few aren't, but it's going to be a lot of fun. So, guys, again, thank you so much. Merritt, Chris, have a great day, my brothers.
See you, man.
You too, Deli. Take care.
Maybe whoever they fly out will agree to arm wrestle me. Maybe that'll be something that we do.
Yeah, they can sort of say, "Hey, I beat Merritt in arm wrestling."
No, Deli, I
home.
really need you to pick out the scrawniest person from the chat if possible. Because Jared Tendler is a beast. That man works out hard, and he'll surprise you on an arm wrestling table. Let me tell you that. You learn lessons, you adapt, just like we were talking about. And never pick out the shortest, stalkiest guy to arm wrestle. He'll beat you.
Yeah, guys, if you see the price here of NQ, that should tell you what contract I'm in. June is at 969, March is at 754.
Chat, you got to learn this about Chris. He doesn't roll over until like they're literally knocking on his door trying to take delivery of something, and then he's like, "Fine, I'll roll over." That's what he does every time.
Yeah.
Sir, where can we put these S&P contracts? Just put them on the front.
Sir, you are short. Where are they? What?
Yeah, how do you take delivery of short S&P contracts? There's a brain teaser. They're cash settled, man. Good morning, chat. So this was, I was not trading at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., but this was a nice little setup here. We've been with the sell-off in the S&P, we got to, -2 standard deviation extremes across all time frames. We got the bounce from there, as I talked about. I traded that. But this here in the weekly is nice. This is the little uptrend type move, retesting this little consolidation. So for those of you in Asia or Europe, if you were able to trade that little pullback, great little spot here as we finish traversing the weekly. Looks like we could run stops, honestly. We could run up for the quarterly imbalance pullback test, which is going to put us into kind of like our monthly VWAP area, and right into that prior value for the year. So I'm kind of leaning that way, but at this point, extended on this 30-minute chart here above where value is. It's not something I want to just chase, but we'll keep an eye on the short term. Oh, it just continues to run up.
Yeah, I missed a good buy right there.
But yeah, I talk about this every week where it's like You have great trade location. Those are kind of the ideal moments and opportunities. And then you have kind of what we call continuation plays where you can, pick up little pieces on the way to kind of a target or destination area. But we have left the station in terms of the ideal trade location for the S&P today.
Yeah, we're getting overbought here on the hourly. I still think we're getting ready for a big bounce. We're moving back inside that 3-week range. 25,150 is no problem.
We looked at the NQ. It really looks bullish to me, man. Obviously, it's if you look at the daily bar chart here, it's a choppy mess. I get it. But most recently, we've put in good excess on the low. It's kind of March 9th, the low. Nice little stop run, clear out the inventory, those type things. And yeah, to me, we could run highs.
Oh yeah, good morning, chat.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Gold is not doing a great job of bouncing this week. If you take a look at what it's doing for the week, that, my friends, is a bear flag from this whole action for the week. And if you look at it within the context of the monthly developing value, well, the high of this flag, this is kind of a very common, very weak downtrend type of pullback here. So that's kind of the spot. It's sandwiched, right? We've reached VWAP for the year, and kind of this value for the month is capping us, holding this little flag pattern. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, this is a good breakout here. We have 8 minutes. Yes,
Kind of a critical spot here in the
also
dollar,
planned.
whether it's going to hold its uptrend, for the month here. It's at an extreme for the year. So obviously, the sell-off makes sense from these highs, but right in here, right at these extreme lows for the week, right at this trend pullback for the month, that is the inflection here for the dollar. So for those of you trading dollar implicated things or whatnot, that's an important point here.
Did ES just take out prior day high? We're about to trigger a daily 90-minute reversal, guys. You guys know my lingo. Would confirm a failed breakdown of that 3-week breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
And we shoot up to prior week high. So I'm a buyer of pullbacks today.
It's just for me. Remember last week when I was trying to catch the long and it left, and then I
Yeah.
was on my hands. It's kind of a similar situation here. Unless I was in that overnight, it's really tough to find a pullback. It can be done intraday if we get enough of one. Classic little price action here, guys. If we go back a little bit, we had to move off the lows, and then you had this nice little. I prefer if it's a little more horizontal. Sorry, that's hard to see. Compression. Then right there, that's the break. And that takes us where we are.
And strong push. Love to be in it. But you can buy pullbacks. They're coming.
Couple minutes till the open. Are you there, Chris? Are we still connected?
Yeah.
Oh, nice, nice. My Wi-Fi, I don't know if you saw me type that earlier, but this is a little bit sketchy out here, so just making sure we're good.
Hello? Are you there? We have a divergence here. ES took out prior day high and NQ did not. So can we see a short-term high here into the open? We are extended on the 15-minute. Pretty overbought there. Hourly's getting there. We do have an R-side divergence as well up here on the 2-minute. So it makes sense if we see some sort of short-term high and then see what structure we get. I'm interested in buying pullbacks. A short can still work up here. I mean, yesterday I was shorting this. What was my short? 750s. So, well, my short was 742 or so. So we can still see it. We're into that resistance area, but today's move to me is it's actually the breakout move.
The move higher, the high of day here so far in the S&P right into last week's value high. Maybe that'll be the spot where we pull in from. Main volume distribution from yesterday. Call it 67.45 up to 70. So that upper edge into 70 could be a spot to look for again for where might we pull back to.
Are you saying 970 for NQ?
770 S&P.
Oh. Yeah, that was the breakout area, which would be a good spot. I mean, that would be a good location for you since you can find those really tight entries.
Ding, ding, ding.
And there we go. There's that pullback.
Looks like a lot of volume at the highs.
The Qs are also coming into that gap. We rejected, or the last 2 days, we rejected Wednesday or Thursday's gap, and we're right back to it. So if we get back into that gap, even more bullish action here to confirm higher.
Couldn't even pull it back in the open. Strong. Again, there's a lot of volume up here. It's not like it's tapering off. For the amount of time we've spent up here, you see what kind of distribution this is looking like. There's business being transacted up here, even as we speak.
Yeah, very strong. This one's that big push. The Qs are stepping into the gap from last week. So again, everything's saying higher. We're triggering a daily 9 MA reversal.
We're almost to the sig fig. Back when I was trading stocks, it's funny how often that big institutions or whatever will, I'm sure this is lessened over the years, but just throw out those orders at those big numbers. Just like, yeah, buy it at this, they yell at some junior person to go do it, and some of those big round numbers, they really do create an inflection, and a lot of times where a lot of business is done. That, and at like 30-minute time changes for some reason, people making decisions right at those bottom of the hour, top of the hour times. That's a real thing too. So many nuances to markets. You can spend your whole life learning all little nuances, and then, as we were talking about earlier, how they change over time. Looks like gold is making a push. I kind of put gold with two distributions from yesterday's session. Something like this. No, let's get this lower here. There. So right now, if you look at the full session, they attempt to break out higher, fail, traverse, get into this LVN here, right, in between the two zones, find buyers all the way back up, retest the upper edge where we failed to break out from. Now we're headed back down to the lows. Okay, now we're accepting back into the lower distribution. Can we hold it? No, that fails. Back into the upper distribution. Little retest, traverse to the top, and now we find sellers from the top. That's me applying what we call our 10 laws of market dynamics, like the way price tends to move across profile distributions or areas of balance, if you will. That's me narrating that from that perspective.
No idea what you mean, Mark. And then Tina, what divergence are you talking about? When there was a divergence in the market, you did not handle it well last week? I don't know what you mean by that. What was the divergence last week?
Is the divergence in the room with us right now?
I think so. Going for a pullback, guys. Can't do anything up here. I'm sure the 5-minute the cues here. So you can see that we reclaimed for the cues, same as NASDAQ. This is that 3-week range. We reclaimed that. And yesterday was a consolidation above the bottom part of the box. So that was acceptance. We're seeing a breakout today, this morning so far, and we're stepping into that Wednesday, Thursday gap here. So any pullback that can hold here and form maybe some acceptance into the Q's prior day high, it can lead to a push to close the gap from Wednesday's close. And then this is your typical, for those of you guys who look, your inverse head and shoulders in the last 2 days of action. I can't draw that. Why is that not letting me draw? No idea. But everything is just signaling higher prices at the moment. What would need to fail is we would need to go back below the open here and then go back below prior day low. But action is strong. This wants to push out. The only thing is that we are pretty overbought here on the 15-minute. We can still remain like that, but
so it's like we talked about before the open, man. It's like after such a short-term move higher, it's like, yep, you might pull back for a few bars and go, or you could have a lot more substantial pullback. When price moves away from ideal trade locations, it just presents a lot more ambiguity. There's the possible paths the market could take all of a sudden just expand a ton. It's tougher. You want a little war story? Here you go. I actually attempted a swing long in copper on Friday, and very atypical for me. I set a really wide stop, like really wide. I was like, this is going to be a hands-off swing trade. I'm committed to giving it a ton of room. This thing one time framed against me literally all day, ran down, grabbed my stop, and here we are. That was me down here. So, like I say, tennis repeats itself. So lighten up. You're going to get some nasty stop grabs. No matter how far, no matter how tight you put them, no matter how wide you put them, you're going to get screwed, quote unquote. All right, gold knocking on the door of the upper edge of this distribution again. Not a trade for me, but I want to watch and see if it can accept above 50-30s. We'll really have to keep our eye on mid 50-50s, that imbalance pullback for the month, upper extreme for this week. But it is making a run.
Wow. I think it's finally time for Rocket Lab, guys.
What's that?
It's a stock. Find some stocks over here. Getting a big breakout today in it.
Are they actually kind of what they say their name is, or are they like
Yeah, they are. They're in the
do-it-yourself
space
tax
sector.
thing?
Yeah. A little bit of a pullback in indices here, not much. Palantir is also breaking out. Uh,
So crude has entered fully the main lower distribution from yesterday. So that 95.70 becomes resistance, and kind of the destination is to at least get to 93.30, if not take out these lows at 93. Yeah, when we first started doing this a year ago, were all the morning segments people streaming by themselves? I know I was by myself.
Yeah, and then they said, "Oh, it's too boring with Merritt. You need to make it fun with Chris."
Oh, that's 100% true. No lies detected. That's the number one piece of feedback that I get is people saying, Merritt, I miss when it was just you streaming.
Oh, really? That's the biggest one?
Yeah, yeah, I get that a lot.
Well, I help translate for others, so I'm just happy to be here. Yo, where's the pullback? This is the pullback for ants.
We had a 3-minute red bar. Come on. That's more of a pullback than XY used to get on board that S&P move last week. Remember that?
Nobody's in any long. Nobody has a position on Jay. We're both waiting for some sort of pullback here. When Merritt was on his own, we really got to hear all the words he created. Really not gonna give us a pullback, huh? What's going on here? Well, we're moving into that gap close here. It's so strong. This is a big daily fill breakdown, guys. Yeah, pullbacks. Uh, what did I just? No, why? Why did it do that? So strong.
hmm
So in the March contract, we just made it back into the 880s bull bear zone of this 3-week range. We've completely reclaimed the bottom of the 3-week range. This move here is a push into the bull bear zone. So now, if we can hold up here, form some acceptance, maybe back to this prior day high, then I mean we're on our way to prior week high. I just need a little bit of a pullback to participate in.
So far, gold not finding the energy to break out of that upper distribution from yesterday we talked about. Gave it a little attempt, but nothing yet. No acceptance, as Chris and I like to use the term. Such a killer thing when you learn the concept of acceptance, it's a game changer. Really keeps you in the present opportunity instead of constantly jumping, flip-flopping when markets inevitably, as we all know they do, crisscross a reference a little bit.
That it's going for it. Zero pullback for us.
I guess the opening range traders are happy, right? This is what they like, when it just
Yeah.
go, after 30 seconds form and it just goes and doesn't look back. That's a good day for that system.
Pullback will come. Don't worry.
It always does.
I think it'll be around here. We're at the bull bear zone of the 3-week range.
I think it's like a moth to a flame for this monthly VWAP, man.
What's that level at?
In the front month contract, it's 68.22-ish. Call it 68.20. Haven't heard anyone mention this, but I'll throw it out there just to spice things up. If the S&P is going to continue a downtrend, right? I know that it's pretty very sideways and choppy, but if you look at this upper left daily bar chart here, we have the majority of where we've been trading lately has been underneath this red dash line, that value area of high from last year. If we zoom way out, you can see, there you go. Upper value from last year. We find support off of it, support, mushy, nasty, as we've talked about. But now we've had to push into it. And so if we are going to sell off more for the year, we really are for that 68.20s to 50s, call it. That's the spot. If you are looking, more on the downside, which is a viable view, in my opinion. I prefer to be buying these areas and looking to get lucky and see if we can hold through there. And then, because if we do, we're talking about 70, 90 or whatever. Call it 7,100. But like I keep saying, if we're going to sell off for the year, this is going to be the spot. This little downtrend for the year that we're currently in. We held the imbalance pullback here on the 10th. If we hold something here as we get up into that region again, that's going to be the bearish inflection. We can just look for wicks and see if we can't sustain and hold this monthly VWAP, because that's, again, confluent with the area. Those are the things that I'm going to have my eyes on over the coming days and weeks to really see where we are on this decent line in the sand for U.S. indices, S&P in particular. All right, we finally saw the volume taper off at the highs on the S&P rather than just continuing to build. So it looks like there was not saying it's the high, but some form of exhaustion into the current high of day.
Yeah, I took a short. Watching it tightly
Oh,
here.
tell me about that.
It might not be ready though. I'll take a minus 0.5 R stop.
What do you see there? What's the trade?
We reached that bull bear zone in NQ. We had some R side divergence, which is one of the things I look at.
Mhm.
But it's really that zone that I'm interested in. This is where we need to reject from, and if we don't, then we're just going to blast through it. But I took it in ES because we're seeing a big bounce in tech. And so if I'm going to counter trend, I'd rather go with the weaker index. Jay says you can't see my which index I was in a trade. You know, if you look at the prices on the right, you can sort of see whether it's ES or NQ.
We've got the position tracker widget too, don't we?
Yeah. We can't see what contract you're showing on the chart. I mean, it should be hopefully fairly easy. Just look at the prices. That's how you'll know which contract I'm on. I'm on the June contract. There's a 40, 50 point difference between March and June. What is the shaded area? 2 lines on your chart. How do you draw boxes on your chart? Is it automated? Yeah, it's 21 questions. What is the shaded area and 2 lines? The shaded area is the EMA cloud. The horizontal zones. Josh, the horizontal is an indicator that I created. I used to manually draw these zones. I mean, this is like years in the making of me drawing zones as we move up in price, to make new higher prices. But I was able to come up with a calculation and then was able to create it into an indicator. And now I just rely on the indicator and it plots. And what's funny? These zones align with a lot of the things that we all see on charts: volume profile, fib retracements, extensions, just anything, order flow levels, like anything, all that, they all align together. So I heavily trust these zones. Order flow would have gotten me in a lot earlier. Yeah, that's true.
So gold, we were talking about up here failing, not having the energy to push through the upper edge of this little guy here. Where did it go? Traverse to the lower edge. Little scalper's delight here. I'm not in full-on scalp mode here today. I'm looking for a little more of the layup intraday position trades is what I'm looking for today in travel mode. But the market behaving orderly.
Yeah, NQ triggered the bearish reversal. I'm still interested in the short, but I do want to buy this pullback. NQ is leading lower now, which means cyclicals are starting to pick up.
Leading lower. What you
Cyclicals
talking
are.
about, dog?
Well, I mean, it's a very small move.
Leading lower. Look at this chart.
I know. but like in 10 points, it was leading lower.
Talking your book much?
Why am I
NQ
called
is getting decimated from these highs.
why am I called trading boxes? Because I learned from Nicholas Darvas, and I would swing trade box breaks or consolidation breakouts. So I was like, this is great. I just draw a box and I get long, right? And so that's why it was. And ultimately, it really is. My continuation setups are breakouts or breakdowns from these tight ranges. So I just kept that name. All right. Yes, finally moving a bit below that idea I had, but we're still holding here. So I'm still interested in buying a pullback. Rocket Lab is doing really well though. I know you guys, some of you guys swing trade. You guys in that thing? Look at that. Big breakout. I'll share here. Woo, look at that. Beauty.
Ooh-wee.
I've been waiting a month for that. Finally breaking out. And because of market conditions, I can't even be a full size. I have to respect the overall market conditions. But like this setup in a healthier uptrend, oh man, 5 times my size at least. Yeah, we're at a key spot. We're not even rejecting. That tells you how strong it is. I mean, ES is finally getting that little pullback. But NQ is holding so well here. I'm gonna put on some want some index exposure on a pullback. Will be a very bullish IB when it sets up, and then we'll be looking for an IB setup that I have. All right, here's that rejection. Very nice. 2 mana for minus 0.5 R, so no participation. Let's see how the pullback looks to buy it. Yeah, Nicholas Darvas. If you have not read that book, I mean, it's not a technical book. It's just he's talking about his journey, life journey, and it's a very simple process. He's literally just drawing boxes. But when you're in a, aggressive bull market, you don't need much else. So we're rejecting from that bull bear zone that I brought up. Let me share the March contract, all right, guys? March, not June. Some can't understand that. So look, this 3-week range is super important. We've created acceptance right under it. We just broke back into it, and we had a direct move into the bull bear zone of the 3-week range. So I am a buyer of pullbacks And the first one would be prior day high on the March contract again. Jesus. Wow, Intel took a big drop. What's Nvidia doing? Nvidia got hit hard. I mean, it's still a very tricky market. This is like 2015 all over again.
What's that? What's like the situation you're referring to, or the dichotomy?
The, I mean, you never swing trade, right? You don't really do that, other than futures, of course, like on a 1 week
Yes,
hold.
nothing other than futures, correct?
Yeah, so 2015 was a very choppy year for swing trading. I mean, we were for like 6, 8 months, we were in a very tight range. The indices were, at least, and that just created a horrible environment for the market for swing trading, and we're following the same path. I mean, it's been 6 months now, right? 5 months of just this sideways action. Great for day trading, but swing trading, not so much. All right, so I'm watching this prior day high on the March contract, which would be around 25,030, 35 area-ish on the June contract. But the technical prior day high, right? Yesterday's high of candle is what's important here, not after the gap up. And even though we've gone up so much, it's just very shallow pullback that the sellers are not really pressing. So the question is, how do you buy the pullbacks, right? Are they going to be larger declines or short? And we just chop around to consolidate recent gains. But if we can get into prior day high in the March contract, I'm interested in buying that. Yeah, the NVIDIA thing got shut down real quick yesterday. It was a pretty big reversal. You know what's funny? That is like one of the most bullish sort of statements he can make. I mean, they're looking at was it $1 trillion or $1 billion? No, $1 trillion in sales, right? Something $1 trillion. And the market sold off, like they sold that pop real quick. You get that same statement last year, and we're up 5% the next day. I think that's probably the first company to share $1 trillion in forecast sales, which is crazy. Only one Elon. Again, if you compare it to that, it's not that much. I don't have a strategy for waiting for rollover. I'm very picky about how I create my analysis, and we're at a big area here where we're reclaiming a 3-week range. So I don't want the gap to interfere with my planning. But
Why
I'm
don't you just
trading the
join
June.
the back adjusted dark side like me?
No, that messes with my analysis too, like the first 1 to 2 days, because it moves up the left side action.
Right, but it gets rid of the gap. It just changes the numbers, right? The price action still looks the same. Like if you pretend rollover never happened and you just roll over the very minute,
I
let's
can't
say on the
pretend, Merritt. I can't pretend.
I can't pretend. Oh man. I'm
No,
like a
because
price idiot. I'm the exact opposite of Pax. Pax is like Rain Man. He knows all the numbers. Um, I could trade the S&P all day, and then, in fact, this has happened to me. You meet someone like, back when I was in New York at a oyster happy hour, and they're like, "Oh, you're a trader. What do you trade?" I'm like, "Oh, I traded crude oil today or whatever." They're like, "Oh yeah, what price is that at these days?" I'm like, "I don't know." Like I trade something all day and literally couldn't tell you what prices it's trading at. That's how much I don't know the numbers. So it's easy for me to pretend, Chris.
I'm the same with stocks. Oh, what did you buy or sell? I don't know. I only know the tickers. Tell me the tickers.
Exactly.
What
What do
stock
they
it was?
do?
What does it do? I
Mm,
don't know. It was going up, so I bought it.
really great relative volume. Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, it was going up more than the others. So yeah, the Minervini. That
Hmm.
happened live to someone, a big swing trader, like one of the biggest. He
Yeah,
was
yeah,
in
yeah,
an
yeah.
interview.
I'm familiar with the clip. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, oh,
But the
sorry.
problem is he tried, instead of just own it like a real trader, right? Just own it. I honestly couldn't tell you, right? He just tried to BS it,
Yeah,
and that's how you get in trouble.
but that was just ego at that point.
Yeah. What was that, Chris? I'm sorry, couldn't hear you. Couldn't hear you.
Yeah, till this day he keeps up the lie. I mean, he has to. All right, we're getting that pullback.
Yeah.
I like that short. I got short and then I closed it. I sometimes I can't hold the counter trend trades. Well, one, I very hard to do counter trend trades for me when price action is saying, we're going one way.
Sure.
But I am ready to buy this pullback as we come into prior day high. Both ES and NQ on the March contract are coming back to prior day high. I am interested here. And then also ES on the March contract. Oh, not yet. Very close. Almost back tested that 2-day consolidation from last week. Not exactly, but we were there. For me, I do ME. And I'll repeat the question for Merritt. I don't think he's watching the chat. Chris, Merritt, through results, do you see better performance when you scratch out a trade instead of waiting for a full stop? I do.
Yeah, but I have a lot to say about that. Yeah. I do, yes. Does that mean that I never shoot myself in the foot with scratching and then, oh, it would have worked if I just would have left it alone? Absolutely. Absolutely. Here's the thing for those of you at home to understand. You have to earn the right to scratch the way that I think it, because the most emotional time in a trade is early on when you put it on and maybe it's like kind of working, kind of not working. And those are where scratches happen. Okay. Um, I guess we could talk about trades that are working and scratching out of those prior to target or whatever, and maybe we will. But initially, here, I want to talk about initial scratches. That's the most emotional time. That's when you are inebriated. That's when you are thinking you're least clear. That's when you are, as a trader, your least objective. And so I think it's really important that you just don't automatically, as a developing trader, give yourself permission to just, no, I don't like it. It's going to hurt me. I'm not going to let the market do that, that type thing. It's really important that early on you be more process driven, that you really have to have certain rules that are met. And really what I think that means is you keep it simple initially and you really honor initial stops and you don't mess with them. What you can do though is okay, so Merritt, you said earn the right to scratch out. How do you earn that right? You very, very honestly, okay, and detailed keep track of, I would scratch here. And guys, this is the easiest thing in the world to lie to yourself and to fool yourself, because what happens, I know I'm going all over the place here, but this is good stuff, I promise. What happens is we have all these thoughts in our head, okay? There's two ways people lie to themselves most frequently in daily review work and review work of what happened. One is they say, I knew that market was going up. I should have bought it. I knew it was going higher. See? And what that often is, yeah, you did have that fleeting thought that the market was going higher. Maybe you had it 10 times. You know what thought you had 20 times? It was going lower over that same day. And you know what you would be fooling yourself by doing if the market had tanked? You'd be saying, I knew that moving average or this area was most important. It was going to go lower. You only remember those things that would have made you feel better about yourself and made the trade work. And it's not your fault. It's just the way that we're wired, self-preservation, ego, all these things. So, and the other one is scratching out or whatever. I knew I should have came out of that. It wasn't working, that kind of thing. All right. So earn the right to scratch. How do you do that? Whenever you really want to scratch, you jot down in your journal, your trade log, the timestamp, and you just write scratch, right? You're not actually making the execution, just write scratch or whatever. Keep a detailed log of that. And if over sample size, over time, right, collect like 50 occurrences of that, look at truly the amount you saved, right? So if you cut it off at minus 0.5 R and you saved yourself to half R to minus 1 R where your stop originally was, that's a plus 0.5 R. If you cut it off at minus 0.5 R and it was a 3 R trade, guess what that is? Minus 3.5 R. Sum all those up and take a look at the stats. If you are saving yourself money with your scratching, then by all means, you have earned the right to do it. Just make sure you don't lie to yourself along the way and kind of erase the ones where you thought for a moment to scratch and then it starts to work and you're like, no, I wasn't really going to scratch, no, you can't do any of that. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. But for me right now, absolutely scratching is a big deal. There's a lot of variables that goes into my willingness to scratch. It's inversely related with the strength of the narrative, the strength of the trade idea, the opportunity at hand. It is related to the strength of order flow behind the trade. A lot of times I'm sure those of you who've been following along, you've seen me. I'll get into a trade. I'll say something like, the sellers, let's say I'm long, the sellers are not scaring me here. I might hold. Even if I'm a little underwater, I'm not taking excessive risk, but I won't scratch out. If the tape looks terrible, well, then I'm very likely to scratch out. Again, poor lows, poor highs, lack of excess, an area where I really think there's a stop run that can, I warned you guys I had a lot to say about this, a stop run area that could really run through it. Well, I don't want to be the sucker stop on the other side of that stop run. I'll scratch out prior to, if we're barreling down into it and kind of that type thing. So go watch recordings if you're interested in my trading and what I really do, not just what I say on these kind of things. And you'll see me scratch most of my trades. My average loser is nowhere near minus 1R in my trading. And that allows me to amplify risk reward, and it lowers, let's be clear, it lowers my my win percent. So anyways, maybe more than you asked for there, but those are some thoughts. Golf clap.
All right, we're into prior day high. We had a nice little pullback. I need a lower high here into the 9 AMA, but it looks like I'm not getting one. Why is that?
Certainly a response here off those prior session highs.
All right, so I got long here. I would consider it an aggressive long only because the way I look for my setup to form here, I want a lower low, lower high into the 9 MA, and then to reject or we reclaim that 9 MA lower high and then push out. Now, this was a very strong candle here. And so typically what that means is that we can still go through some consolidation, right? Because the high of the candle should be into the 9 MA, typically how I find it and how I trade it. So I put it on, but I did have size, and we'll see if this plays out. I did want to buy the pullback. We pulled back into right below prior day high, and I will stay in this. It's only half size, so I'm comfortable with it. If it fails and we get a deeper pullback, then I really like that, and I'll be looking for another buy much lower. But now to see if we can hold up here, form some acceptance, and then attempt a new high. And I'll just sit in this trade. This is also a pretty wide, big spread. How many? 58-point spread. My usual spread is 30 points, so another reason why I did have size. Hey, thanks, Mike. It says, Merritt, you and Chris both provide great learning, great explaining things, except he has better hair. Really appreciate you both. Well, thanks so much. Guys, he can't see the chat, so don't.
Yeah, today's your day.
Don't let
You
him
want to find
find
some
out.
trash? Go for it. I can't see it. Oh, I tried to pull it up on my phone here, and I guess I'm old now. I'm officially old now. I couldn't within Chrome, I couldn't pull up the chat. That doesn't appear to be a thing when you pull up a YouTube stream in a
Yeah, I don't know how to do that either.
non-native YouTube app, just on Chrome. I don't think you can.
Where am I long from? Where, help me help you. How can I help you see the position tracker on the screen and the entry that you see here? What is missing? What do I need to do?
Hey, do
So I
you
can-
guys do this to your keyboard? I've had this keyboard for like 4 months. Can you see this? Does anyone else do this?
Yeah, but mine is the POR. Oh.
Does anyone else do this? Is the chat saying that they do this too?
Keep it up.
What she said.
Mm.
I guess I'm a keyboard warrior.
I know you get a
That's
burner
not even the
account where
main keyboard I use.
you go in your burner account, just talking ish to everybody, huh? Or you just look up to see who's talking ish about Merritt. You're like, no, he's the best trader out there. Who are you to say that? This sweater is, I don't know, like a greenish, bluish, grayish, if that's a thing. But look, my hat is green, my walls are painted green, so I am in.
Hey, my walls are green. And I've got
Yeah.
some green on my hat here.
Yeah.
And I'm wearing green pants and green shoes. Who wants to see my shoes?
Waist and up, please. Let's keep it professional here.
These are the best, by the way.
I don't want to
Beach.
see your green toenail, please, please. We don't want everything that's green.
Like show and tell for me here. You know I'm in beach mode when you get the Costa Croakies on. When you get the Croakies on, that's when you know. That's when you
I
know.
have green shoes somewhere in here. Just make your profit green. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to make it green. Please help.
Where are you long from? What market is that?
Yeah, somebody just asked that. I'm still trading the March contract. Where do you see that, my friend?
Listen, buddy.
Please help me. Because I'm looking at the March contract and I'm looking at the June contract, and those are June prices. I couldn't hear that.
Man, this is a pretty dull session here.
What did they say? How do I look at my? So we held that first pullback. Can we now consolidate a bit and then push out to new highs? I hope so. I want my profit to be green. My position tracker says June contract. Yeah, I think so. FOMC tomorrow. Let's see how the stocks are doing. Not much going on here.
I want to do a special, and you guys in the chat could let us know if this sounds like something like you would just never be interested in, or maybe you'd be interested in. But I was thinking, what if a layman like me did like a segment or something with like Tracy, and I asked her all of the questions about the crude oil space and the Strait of Hormuz and like all this kind of stuff that I just don't know about. And I feel like a lot of other people don't know too. It'd be cool to, I would just enjoy picking her. Maybe we'll do like a live from Miami, Merritt and Tracy short segment or something and learn about that space and what's going on there. All right, so now gold is flirting with this LVN in between the double distribution from yesterday. If you're bullish, it's a spot to stalk longs. If you're bearish, you want to see us start to accept and hold below this kind of 5,010 area, and then can look for shorts.
Price action is not doing much now. We're consolidating these recent overnight gains. We're consolidating. The IB is set. NQ's IB looks much better. We are consolidating above the 50% area of the IB in NQ. ES is below it. Let's see what happens after this little consolidation. We're starting to form a wedge here. Right, we're getting some little tightness here. So let's see if we can continue to hold. If not, we go down towards the recent low. So let's see what happens here.
Isn't this little higher low thing you like to see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Did you ever see King of the Hill?
I don't think I've ever watched an episode, but
Yep.
I've seen clips. I know what it is.
They all just stand by the gate and they just say, yep. Let's see if we can break out of this little 2-minute wedge here. It's trying to. That would be good for the long.
Just did it again.
We are above the daily 9 EMA now. I was talking about earlier how today was the day to trigger that daily reversal. So now that we are above the yesterday's prior day high, aka 9 EMA lower high, we've now triggered a daily reversal that can lead to 25,150's 200 prior week high. So I will be trading towards that area as long as 500. Well, that's the March contract. In the June contract, that would be 780, 800 area. Is it?
I
Around
tell
there.
you what.
I'll tell you what now. That was him. All right, so we broke out of this 2-minute wedge that we were forming after that bounce. Can we now see follow through? What I would like to see is a new higher high, higher low, higher high to push out to new highs. If not, then this little breakout will fail and we can come back down all the way to the low. But it's only until that low it fails that we can see a continuation lower of that morning high rejection. Until then, I would say we are stuck in a range, and that range is more clearly visible by looking at the IB high and low and seeing, oh yeah, we are in a range. But the daily candle is a bullish reversal. The 4-hour is a breakout. Today is a breakout from the last 2 days wedge or consolidation. Let me bring up the 4-hour chart again. So all timeframes are indicating higher prices. Does that mean that how I framed my idea and the trade setup that I chose to execute that can fail? Absolutely. But I am looking to always align with the trend regardless of what happens. And you can see this wedge contraction here on the 4-hour. That's the structure I look at for acceptance, as you guys know. We had acceptance of that 3-week support. We attempted to reclaim it twice. And then today, this morning, we did reclaim it and shot up all the way into the 880s bull bear zone. We had the first pullback now into prior day high, this zone, and we are trying to lift off from there for continuation higher. We don't know if it'll come. But you just got to show up and do your best. But you don't get a participation award here, okay?
Dang
So
it, Bobby.
So you got to make sure your winners are better than your losers, or else. Thanks, Yacht. Not that hard. We're just consolidating here, so really nothing's happening here.
Just came up to retest that developing value high for the session.
You don't see a box. The 3-week range is a box. What do you mean, my friend? We reclaimed the support, so now we are traversing to the other side of the 3-week range. We do need to get above this 25,110s area, though. So this initial breakout here from this 2-minute wedge looks like it will fail because we're getting the higher high, higher low, and no continuation higher. So more chop. Just sideways action here now, not much happening.
It's just tough after that 2 or 3 hour run up.
Yeah, we're just consolidating these gains.
There's no crying in baseball.
What's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA's just hanging out. Man, Rocket Lab's so strong, guys. What a beast. It is up 8% today. 1 second here.
There's no crying in baseball!
There it is. That's a great movie if you youngins haven't seen, what's it called? A League of Their Own? Is that what that's called? It's about a women's, I think it's baseball, not softball. It's a women's baseball league, and Tom Hanks is the rough around the edges coach. It's good.
Maybe this forms into a 5-minute wedge. Do I want to move my stop up?
Platinum behaving differently than the other metals. Upper distribution from yesterday, 120. Found support there today. But also a chop fest since the move up. I don't know. Maybe the market is kind of waiting on tomorrow. I think Crudele and that crew was saying it was kind of a nothing burger, but markets are chilling.
Choppy, choppy, two boppy.
Oh,
What is that from? What is that?
that was PAX. I don't know from when.
Oh, that was PAX. Oh, I thought that was like a movie clip. I was like, what is that?
All right, so I moved my stop under this recent higher low because we're now forming into like a 5-minute wedge. So if this breaks, this recent higher low breaks, then we are going towards the low, really the low, and I will get a full stop. So I'm managing my risk versus this last higher low, and we'll see if we can continue to hold. A good reaction here off that higher low. We just needed to hold now. And here's our wedge. So whenever a 2-minute, so something about the market here, guys, is that whenever a lower time frame pattern ends, completes, you then transition into a higher time frame pattern, meaning when the 2-minute structure ends, it now forms a 5-minute structure. And then from there, it'll form an hourly structure. I don't know if that makes sense.
When does it end? That's the part I don't understand what you're saying.
At the 10-year chart. Look at that. Very good action here.
This is the most action you've seen all week.
Ayo. So all we're doing is consolidating here. IB is set. NQ's holding above the 50% of that area, getting ready to hopefully push out here. we can push out to new highs now?
Yeah,
This
you've
is
got this tiny LVN notch, right? Right here. But
this is
yeah, if we're
great
holding this
action coming
lower
up here.
edge, then that puts you up at 68.04 at least on June. Does look a little flaggy, doesn't it?
Yeah. Come on, let's get a good push here. Give it to us.
Give him the push.
Oh,
As they say in Drive to Survive. Push, push. Push, push.
what's going on here? I am just first day in a while I'm buying stocks. They are starting to move and break out.
You had like some buy stops set.
No, just manually here.
Mm.
I've been in treasury bills, and it's time
What
to
bills?
put some exposure on. The sideways action. So now what I'm looking for here is if this push attempt here can put in a higher low here into the 2-minute 90 MA, and then from there push out to new highs. So unlike the last attempt, you know how this failed here, guys? You can see this that I'm pointing at. This higher low attempt here failed. And so what we need to see now is a change in character, meaning that the next higher low here, setting up shortly, holds, and then we see follow through into higher prices now. Merritt, they're asking what indicators at the bottom of your chart.
RSI. It's
Why do you prefer? Go ahead.
it's not something I utilize. It's just something that we are doing for some drills and simplified execution tools and different things for the fellowship program that we're getting ready to start in April.
Yeah, congrats on that, by the way.
Thank you. We're happy. Did you have another question for me or something?
I have no questions for you.
Oh.
I was simply relaying a question from the chat.
You are my translator.
Ola, Chris was going to ask you why the ugly step line instead of regular line. What line?
Who cares? Who cares?
Why do you prefer
The step
price
line
count?
shows more it's almost more granularity. I know it's technically not, but line gets smoothed, and so it can be harder at times to see the slope change, whereas a step line really clearly shows you any slope changes, which is the purpose of the tool as we're using it for some students. And now you know.
The more you know. So we're seeing a little bit of what I was talking about, that I wanted to see a change in character. We pushed out a little bit. We had a little bit of a pullback. I mean, I'm talking in 2 minute here. Had a nice higher low, and we're trying to push higher away from here. So far, that is a change in character from this last attempt here. This 9 MA higher low failed. If you can see this, I should change the color on that, huh? Let's do that so you can see it better. So this higher low failed, and that's what we triggered the move lower. Looks like it'll fail again here. Maybe, maybe not, but
A series of these little things is a bear flag, right? You've got the higher lows, but you've got these continued lack of follow-throughs
yeah.
equals a bear flag. I mean, if you look at the 30 minutes, it's we've just got an inside bar, right? We had these big ramp up. Finally, we get the pullback. We knew there'd be some kind of pullback, and now it's a noisy inside bar. But this developing value high is what continues to cap us.
Yeah, we remain in consolidation mode. Not much to do here. I mean, this is not an area, unless you're scalping the 15-second chart. I don't think it's an area for you to be aggressive.
Like I said when I came on stream, the trade was from 1 to 3 a.m. Central Time.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that because it was the low. It was actually like a legit,
Yeah.
look at this chart. It was a legit imbalance pullback for the week right here.
Yeah. Location, guys. We're seeing this higher low
Trading
hold
is
here.
like real estate. Location, location, location.
Hey, Argentina in the house. Hola. Why do you prefer price count movement on your open position versus profit count? What do you mean by that?
Ticks versus dollars.
Like in the position tracker? I mean, I have dollars on the position tracker. I mean, it's both. You can see the dollars there. It says right here, the risk and then the profit.
Chat questions that are on the position tracker are one of the wildest things that I've come across doing this stream. They literally developed a widget to easily communicate position data, average price, some form of P&L, what contract it is. It's there for you. It's there for you. Oh, Mike B made it custom.
Oh, he says he couldn't see it. Yeah, it's right there. I don't like seeing dollars. I prefer just seeing the points.
Yeah.
Because depending on the account, I'm risking a certain amount for one and a certain amount for the other. Plus, as you're learning and you're reaching that consistency stage, you're just going to get too attached to that. You're going to have an outlier day, great for you. And then all of a sudden, you're up 2 times, 3 times. And your emotions are going to say, I'm going to close this. Maybe it goes against your process.
Sizing up is harder too. If you're constantly focusing on the dollars.
Oh, yeah.
And you're progressing and doing well, and then all of a sudden you're sizing up. That's a huge mental burden on you, as opposed to, I'm going to risk 15 points on this trade, and look, I'm up 30 points on this trade or whatever. It's just business as usual if you focus more on units of risk, on points and size things properly, knowing that you've targeted what we call an R value, which is a dollar kind of risk per trade, it's taken care of. And you can kind of focus on your process, focus on the market generated information rather than the dollars that kind of affect you.
Yeah. Don't want
In
to
fact,
look.
last week, Chris answered a question saying that was one of the hardest things to overcome in his own trading.
It was for me. Okay, so we do have that change in character here. We pushed up higher, we pulled back, we created a higher low, and now we're attempting to push higher. Now, this is something that you guys always ask me about, moving my stop. Well, I'm moving my stop because we have a confirmed higher low, and now I have a technical reason as to why I can move the stop. So now the stop can go under the recent higher low, but I'm just going to put my stop a little bit above break even. And I have, now essentially have covered my risk if price fails, because essentially what's happening here is we're attempting this wedge breakout. And if this first higher low fails, then the breakout fails and we can move back down to the bottom of the consolidation. If that happens, technically I've received information that tells me, well, the higher low after the breakout failed, and based on my process, we're not seeing a continuation of higher highs, higher lows. And if the breakout's failing in a breakout that I'm trying to capture, then therefore I don't need to be involved anymore. Absolutely true, Fractal. Highest risk reward in the industry is watching NT Live. $0 risk, unlimited, perpetual upside.
You're going to get an email from compliance now. Technically, we can't ask you to lose weight. Just tight.
You and I trade very similar. That's great. I think all that we're always trying to do, every trader is capturing the same trend. We all have just different methods. Eventually, those methods start to combine because you can only execute the same approach or similar approach. You can only slice it in so many ways. At what point, question from Merritt, what percentage do you think screen time is on being a successful trader?
Huh? What percentage?
I know, I read it as it is. What percentage?
We'll have to get it rephrased to get an answer.
Yeah, because he wrote, I even tried to say it a little bit better, but he wrote, what percentage you think screen time is on be successfully trader?
Percentage?
Maybe what percentage of screen time makes you a successful trader?
That doesn't make any sense. How many hours?
It's
more than it's more than the 10,000. I can tell you that. Where you can go become an expert in another field. It's a little bit more for this one, I think.
It's that time, huh?
Good morning.
Good
guys.
morning.
Oh,
Whoa.
God. This is why we don't give Leo toys, everybody.
How's everyone doing?
Little helium?
We're just having a little fun. Trying to mix it up.
Trying to bring a little fun into everyone's roll week as we are stuck at the top of the range.
Yeah.
It's
Is this Leo or Leah?
Exactly.
hey man, you can tell me whatever you want.
All right, what's up, guys?
Oh, thank
there he
goodness.
is.
Nick wanted to cry. I could feel it.
I felt somewhat responsible because I helped him set this damn thing up.
Yeah, you did tell me to buy the Roadcaster thing. It's nice. I got to give it to you.
Well,
it's
like
so
I said,
nice that I needed your help setting it up.
Yo, you see Shav's comment?
That's good.
I mean, that caught everybody off guard, clearly.
Well, it's boring. It's rollover week. There's nothing going on. I'm in a long from this prior day high. I'm
Hey, me
already out
too.
of 90% of the trade, so I'm just in a one lot, just hoping something happens.
It's Leo's 1 year anniversary of appearing on NC Live, and that's what he decides to do.
That's what he chose to do.
Yeah.
Good morning, chat. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Merritt, Chris.
Morning, all.
What
Good
else
How do
morning,
we do?
guys. Well, look, it's our time. Our time is up. You guys enjoy your sesh.
Yeah, tear it up, boys.
We'll do it. I don't know about tearing it up, but we'll trade.
Listen, you make those 10 points, okay?
Hey, I'm gonna do my best. I'm
All
gonna
right,
do
guys.
my best.
Chat, everybody. You guys have a good day. Merritt, we'll see you next week.
See you guys next time.
All right, take care, guys. Bye.
See ya.
Do you guys think I should make Nick talk to me like this the whole time?
This will be the first time, it'll be the 1 year anniversary of my first appearance with Leo on Trade the Close, that Nick actually walks off the show if I was forced to listen to Leo talk this way the entire time.
Okay, I won't make you do that.
I don't think my
Is this actually the 1 year anniversary?
yeah. This was
Today?
Technically, yeah, I believe so.
No way.
See? We got confetti and everything.
I have to go back through all the
I was
emails.
trying to use my fun little AI software that I built to scrape shows. I was trying to build a compilation video of all of the moments in which I have made Leo completely like break character and just start laughing hysterically, like turning his face away from the camera. So I'm in the process of trying to compile all those clips, unless production's already beat me to it, which I doubt, because I'm the only idiot that thinks that's a fun idea.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Jab, I'll work on it.
Please do that. Get with the program. What's the program? What is the program?
That it's the 1 year anniversary.
Hey, Matt. That sounds like a skill issue for you. I mean, I don't know.
I'm in a short and I really hate it. This is the second time I've tried to take a short off the OR high.
Someone has clipped Leo's new voice. My favorite one is this, the megaphone. Hello? Is anybody out there?
This is why we don't give toys to Leo.
That's my favorite
You
one.
know, I've had all of these little buzzes.
And you haven't used any of them.
All these little fun toys behind the scenes that I've chosen not to press buttons.
What the heck, man?
You and I don't run production here.
This is like, this is gold.
I have all these bells and whistles too. I'm an adult.
Come on, Nick. You're not an adult. We're all kids.
Fair. Chat, how are we doing? Good morning. Is this short going to work out for me?
Are you short? Damn it.
I'm sure up the top. Yeah, I did it once and I could have covered for like 35 points and I chose not to for some reason. So hopefully this one works.
Well, I mean, this is a nice trade for me.
Yeah, I mean, you caught.
I already got 40 or 40
LBN.
50 points out of it. And kind of scale it out as we tipped the OR high and then a little bit up here when all this absorption was going on right against, this LVN. So a lot of reasons to get out and not many reasons to stay in, honestly. So I actually like your short.
We both do not need to have augmented voices. That's just, how do we lose all of the good work that we've done from like the 150 people that watched the first Trade the Close with us to like the 800 to 1,000 people that watch it in the afternoon with us now, I think we'd be giving back all of that hard work if Leo and I did an entire show with horrible sounding AI voices.
Yeah.
So we're not going to do that.
I will mix it in. That's for sure. I mean, look, if we're gonna get toys, we're gonna click buttons, you know.
Yeah, Shab. Apparently, yes. Leo is leading us on the charge that just like any other performance review, progress resets every single year. So we got to start over anyway.
You know what, Chab? Honestly, that was just a bit uncalled for. Just gonna be
What
honest
they do
with
now.
you. I do need to take care of a small task here. I'm going to let this trade either lose or win because it's just a runner. So my head's going to be down for a second.
Well, let's hope this rolls down here towards the overnight view up. Back to opening range low, and the low of the day thus far is honestly what I'd be targeting if we can break 2540s. Possibly new low of the day. We'll see how spicy it gets. I am sitting in 2, so. I love how you two always bet against each other. I mean, we wouldn't be friends if Leo and I didn't do this stuff constantly. It's not intentional. Like this is not for the sake of the bit. We're in 2 separate trades coming into the green room.
Betrayal.
Yes.
Well, I mean, there's a reason that I was mostly out of my trade as you were
Right.
getting into your trade, right?
What made me get into the trade? Absorption at the highs. The 4-hour open sitting up there, 0 volume build really above it. So once that period change kind of came in, we've just been stalling, sitting here. But as I said, I tried this slightly earlier. Could have covered during this little push down from here to previous day high, and we rejected previous day high and went all the way back to the highs, retested it again, failed again. So I already tried this and got stopped, like my full stop out, because I didn't even go stop break even at that point. But sometimes it takes a couple attempts. But rollover week, as I said yesterday in the afternoon, it's getting a little spicy.
Yeah, it is.
But
Actually,
with rollover, I'm not trying to do a ton this week. I've already made back my money from my stop out, so I'll be happy. Just riding this to the OR mid.
This little flush here.
I've been vibe coding a bunch of other stuff this week to have better use of my time, if I can say that, but versus being stuck in the range that we were kind of in yesterday. It appears Globex is still the better trade as of now. As we had that rocket in the pre-market for whatever reason. Hold my runner to 24,870. What is that? Like the London hires? No. What is that? Asia high? Maybe. No, it's like 880s. 880s is probably would be my Armageddon low, but let's be serious. I'm probably covering this. As I said, a break of 960s, I'd probably be trailing my runner down to that.
I'm trying
Got to
to
get
buy
through
this here.
25K.
Trying to get positioned long here.
Yeah, Leo's R mid. I may cover one of these just to become green on the day since I'm
just
down
gonna flatten out.
$600.
There's no, like, there's a lot of buying, but there's no, price is not going up. And now they're just kind of pushing it lower. So I tried to get in some. It wasn't going anywhere. I got out part of it. That's kind of how I trade. I'll kind of start a position, and if it doesn't start to work, I'll just peel out of it. And then try to reposition, and then just it didn't go. So it's kind of how I manage the risk there. I like this. I mean, this is my trade though.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll go ahead and get in it for the mid trade. If we get a push here, I'll add to this because I think.
Lito, yeah, I do look at the ES Dom. That was not why I got in this trade though. This was just simple absorption on NQ. Didn't have to look.
Nick is very smooth brain. He sees lots of absorption at highs and gets short.
Yeah. I know everyone's probably just over me talking about the course and my writing and stuff, but I'm making a video version of it because I know people hate reading.
Well, I can't even read, so I haven't been able to use the course yet.
So if you hate my voice, you're gonna hate that version of the course. But I'm gonna put it out there. Can you AI
the voice though, Nick? Could we just do like?
I literally tried to smooth brain this entire course, like with me doing zero heavy lifting, like just repurposing the entire written version, being like, great, AI, make digital charts like being rendered and use here's a recording from NT Live of my voice, like do it. The pacing was so bad. I would have had to still sit there and like edit every aspect of the speed of the voice, and it's just not worth it. Like I'd rather record reading stuff for 2 hours. It'd be way faster and better use of my time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, AI recreation of Nick's voice with my pacing and things of how I speak is just not quite there yet. Probably could have dialed it in, but I'm way too lazy.
Just be like, and this is what an LVN is. Do you see it? It feels very empty.
Shab, we need to take this away from him. But yeah, so I'm working on that. But there's literally a digital rendering of like a chalkboard drawing of, I'm not kidding, a chimpanzee standing in front of charts. Like that's the level of thinking sometimes I put into my trade. It can be that simple. We can rebuild, Nick. We have the technology. Well, thank God for production because they have enough sound bites to probably do a better version of my AI voice than I was able to. That's why. I was wondering why my sound sounded weird. Because my monitoring headphone, Leo, was not all the way into the headphone jack.
Oh, really?
Because I was screwing around with
problems
setting up yours this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Trade to sale. You can play around with 11 Labs. That's probably the best one I've found for AI voice stuff. But they're all a cost component unless you're just like screwing around. But if you want to do anything of value, they have to all paid editions now.
I'm not feeling this whatsoever.
I mean, I would like if they can just break this and at least test 25K for me to get one off. So I don't look like I'm being greedy here for an extra 20 points on a on one. Oh, you're talking about what app is changing Leo's voice. Yeah, he's using
It's a Roadcaster.
he's using a hardware mixer like I do. They're built for streaming and podcast production. It's just it helps when you are doing this stuff, when you have multiple like inputs. Or if you're listening to music like we both are in the background.
Come on. Push a little higher.
No.
Come on.
We're going to reject again off previous day high and then
Nope,
make a new
nope.
low of the day, Leo. That is what we're going to do today.
I don't like you. Fuck
You're the one who came in with whatever that high-pitched voice was to start the session. So you've done this to yourself.
Don't make me bring it back, Nick, because I will. And you know it.
I'm just waiting for, hey, got a sec text for you?
I'm sorry. When did entertainment end up being bad for the show?
Oh, man.
All right. We're going to take
I
off
hate
after
this.
that. Stop. What do you want me to stop?
This is the problem because Shab loves the banter, so I have to put up with this.
Unfortunately, she is enjoying it. Even the production team likes it, Nick.
I think at this point, it's not that they like that you're doing it. They like that I'm getting pissed off by it.
A new way for me to rage bait you. See, all this time, the whole year, it's been, how can Nick break Leo,
Yep.
right? Now, it's my turn.
Yeah, year 2, NT Live. Leo's going to make it his mission just to annoy me throughout my trading session. And production in the back room as well is feeling very neutral on it.
Yeah, we need a little more likes, and we'll mix it up some more. Just a couple. Do you need a roadcaster before you start streaming? No, I don't think so.
This is what I get for sharing my hardware with Leo.
Listen, there's more. There's more where this came from, and you know it. Let's see.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Do you think, chat, should I do it? Nick said no. Do it or don't do it.
They're just going to take this away from you eventually.
Someone say yes. Do it. Do it. Okay. Okay. They said do it. Hello. Oh, Zoom doesn't like that voice. Damn. All right. The production team have informed me that Zoom is not cooperating with the fun. Either that or they have now stopped my ability to change my voice. I'll let you be the judge.
So you're starting a new conspiracy here?
We love conspiracies.
Yeah.
People love
constantly will talk about them.
conspiracies. That's a fact.
The trading conspiracies are my favorite, though.
Oh, like what are your favorite trading conspiracies?
The evil cabal of market makers that
okay,
only
okay,
hit
okay. Hold on.
simulated
What
stocks.
what are we doing?
We are going to hit my limit down here at 25K. That is what we're doing. No, don't tease me just to fail at overnight high. That is not the way this works. Nothing that I see. It caused a little spasm there. Announcement time.
What's the announcement?
I don't know. I'm just reading the chat.
Uh-oh, Nick. It's going up.
Is it though?
Well, it was at 25. Now it's at 53. So I think up from the last low means it's going up. Is it time to take away Leo's toys?
Yeah, there's a new poll in the chat.
Man, you know,
because we can't have nice things thanks to
we
Leo.
can't have nice things. I will discontinue the use of fun.
Zero fun, sir.
Zero fun.
We need that sound clip. Not fun anymore, is it?
That is a great line.
That's Denzel at his best. Yes, we do need to go lower. I agree. Let's go to 25K and then possibly zero. But yes, I would happen to agree since I'm likely going to get my...
I got mine.
I'm probably going to get filled here, but you didn't know it's the 1 year anniversary of the rebirth of NT Live. So make sure you've done us all the favor of hitting subscribe as well as the thumbs up button with many more years to come. You guys didn't know, Leo and I led the first Trade the Close session here for NT Live. And for some reason, a year later, we're still here. Sound
we
effects
are still
and all.
here. Landslide in favor of microphone shenanigans.
And since I am absolutely terrible at watching the very early part of today's session, if you missed it, Deli himself has said that we are going to fly out one of our fine members of the chat to join us in Miami for the meetup in April. I don't know exactly how they can be part of that. Oh, there it is. Oh, wait, no, that's the other one. I don't know how they can enter or how that one's going to work, so I'll wait for production for that. Oh, for now, just sign up on that link. So if you'd like to potentially join us in the Miami meetup and are not a current resident of South Florida, this is your opportunity.
Man, there's just no great trade here. I mean, I kind of got punked out of my long. I still think it's fine to stay out of that trade because I do like this going lower.
I would like this to get filled. Otherwise, I'm about to just cover one at the OR mid and be happy about it.
Where's your TP?
I mean, 25K. Take out the other little low, which I think is fair.
Yeah, I think if they can break these 11s, you'll get there.
When it's slow, can you guys share your chart settings to get multiple volume profiles? The leg to leg is custom, which is the smaller volume profile, but the one on the far right is just the sessions volume profile. And then the delta profile and the smaller volume profile, as I said, is a custom like swing leg. But I believe Leo's working on something.
Yeah, we're gonna make a free version.
So there you go. More free, absolutely free. Possibly. We haven't decided if it's going to be free or absolutely free.
I'm going with free.
Yeah, absolutely free is hard.
Yeah, it is.
Because apparently absolutely
order.
free and then having a login is like not allowed. Because it's not technically absolutely free if you have to sign in, apparently.
Is that the feedback you got on the course?
That was the chat, or one person, one fine member of the chat who was, can you release it again without a login? And I was just kind of taken back by it.
So 1,000 people sign up for the course. One person says, I really don't like the fact that I have to sign in.
1,400 people now.
Oh, that's fantastic.
We're cooking.
Yeah.
And
So
you know
one
what's
person.
funny? I was curious. Like I did the analytics behind the scenes because I was actually curious, like how many people are actually going through content versus signing up once, checking it out, and then never coming back. The retention's actually pretty good from like a marketing qualified lead standpoint. That old part of my brain that used to exist, it's actually not bad. Retention is pretty damn good.
Yeah. Are we doing the banner ad on the Dom? That would be funny. But no.
This really needs to take out the OR mid or I'm going to panic cover.
Yeah.
Come on, sellers. Come on, take out the OR mid. Trump speaking soon? When? I mean, he speaks every day. Does it matter anymore? He's at an Friends of Ireland luncheon. Oh, he's meeting with the Irish Prime Minister.
Yeah, it's St. Paddy's Day. Everyone's Irish tonight.
This is true. Since I feel like every major city just celebrates it the Saturday before St. Patrick's Day, I completely forgot today's St. Patrick's Day. The actual St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, we are getting very close, Firmament, to 200,000 subscribers. I had hopes that it was going to occur the same week of the 1 year anniversary, but
Oh man, there's only 4,000 away.
we're less than that. But as you guys know, if you miss the 150K celebration, you're not going to want to miss the 200K one.
Do you know what? It is St. Patty's Day. Need to have green in the background.
Oh, okay. Should I go full influencer and change my lights?
I have. It gives you something to do while you wait for your short to work out.
Okay, hang on. Why is my app not loading? There we go.
There.
All
Fully
right.
green.
As you can see, we've chosen the light side of the force here on NT Live.
St.
today.
Patty's Day.
Someone, based on the shade of green, it feels more Star Wars-y. When I'm looking at the output on the stream, I just got to be honest.
Yeah.
It kind of does.
My son as soon as he woke up this morning, he ran into my room and just decided to pinch the ever-loving piss out of me. And I was like, bro, I didn't even have time to get up and put anything green on. Like, how are you doing this already? But, he's 6, and I had to give him some slack.
Yeah.
I'm kind of digging a little buy action here.
No, we need
get in
to.
it.
There's no way this 11 guy is going to hold again without going to 25K. There's no way.
No, I'm
I refuse to believe
getting back in there.
this LVN is going to hold. The OR mid is going to continue to be the last line of defense between a recession and Nick getting his stop hit. Oh, come on. Really? Who are the buyers in the tens and can they stop? Oh, I guess ES is at its low. That's annoying. It's the 5-minute mid enjoyers. Yeah, it's actually Leo and all of his friends. Everybody that he's ever told the 5-minute mid to is currently buying this. And I don't think it's going to work.
Dicey. Dicey.
Bid ask, yes. So the opening range on this chart is the 5 minutes on my execution chart. I also use the 30-second. How do I use the ES DOM in my trading when I trade NQ? I trade both and I look at both. I don't always look at one or the other to influence my trade, but since they do trade in correlation, let's call it like 90+% of the time, sometimes, one can kind of be leading signals for the other, but sometimes it also is just too much noise to be watching.
All right, they got me.
Let's go. Build this guy. Do it. Do it. Sir?
Give him credit for finding the loophole. What's the loophole?
Please.
What did I miss?
What loophole? What? Thank you.
Did you get it?
I got it. All right. So we're in runners and whatever happens, happens.
Nice trade.
Thank you. Yes, new low today, though. This could get a little spicy. Yeah, and just because of that, I mean, you're talking St. Patrick's Day, but I am also short for Armageddon here, so.
I'm gonna buy this.
What platform do you use here showing on the screen, Leo and Nick? Well, sir, welcome to your first episode of NinjaTrader Live. The two of us are both using NinjaTrader as our platform of choice today to trade. But yeah, we both use NinjaTrader.
Okay. Well, clearly buyers have left the building for now. They baited me into trying a couple longs there. And we'll just wait for something a little better.
My worry here
it's
is
hard to
like
buy
ES,
this. Yeah.
but
I mean,
ES
I
took
do
out
like
that low.
I do like to be long. It's just like I just want a better look at it. It's look at the opening range here. What have we done in the opening range in these lows? There's really nothing here. Intraday and overnight. So there's really no great consolidation areas prior that it could be hold this thing up a little bit of support. We open and just rallied straight out of the open. So it would make sense that we're able to just kind of slice through at least the other side of the opening range to find buyers that want to take this thing. But so far, every little rally, micro rally, etc., has been sold. But with like good risk management, you can take a stab at some of those longs, and not really, do any damage.
I mean, ES has got like 20 more points back to that like pre-market high area.
Oh, really?
Yeah, down to like 750s.
Mm-hmm.
NQ could definitely flush to those 880s, 900s. Let's see if we have any reaction at low of the day here on NQ. Nope. I had to wait all morning for this, and it finally rolled.
That's how it works with shorts, man. It takes time for that stuff to work out.
Feels like it.
We're going to watch for any aggressive buying. We're seeing a little bit right now.
Yeah. I'm going to get out because I actually think we could bounce. And that's a decent trade. So I'm just going to exit. Go on with my day after this trade.
Man.
More than I was looking for. That was kind of the full move. It's still roll week. I mean, we could absolutely just retrace the entire pre-market shenanigans, but that's okay. I can miss this and feel fine about it. Yeah, this is that first pre-market area for ES. So I can't remember what, I mean, there was like a bunch of weird news, like nothing that made a ton of sense for the way we moved, but like there was an AWS OpenAI deal. There was another thing that kind of came out. So I don't know. And then NVIDIA talks about $1 trillion in revenue, which sounds stupid, but then I'm still running a 4-computer orchestration of AI tools. And you're like, okay, maybe it's not so crazy.
4 computers?
Yeah, I'm an idiot.
I mean, you said it. I didn't say that.
But I have a lot of compute, so might as well use it. I only really use 2 of these, but I had 2 sitting idle.
Yeah.
My MacBook Pro is like the strongest, most powerful web browser you've ever seen, at least how I was using it historically. So now it actually is doing stuff.
Yeah.
All that excess RAM had to be used somehow. Throw on shop, yeah. I've been playing around with stuff like that. I'm just batching tasks to the ones that are sitting idle. So, there's time. I built like time things into it. So, if, for example, if a charting platform is not open or it's not RTH hours, then it can render things on my tower PC because that's the strongest PC I got, strongest computer I got. But if trading platforms are open, it doesn't do that. It routes to other places.
Okay. Whatever. They're just kind of making me peel off earlier than I want to right now. But
Fractured Firmament, you can absolutely be a licensed reseller of the NIT course. You just have to fund my Ferrari like the rest of the ones out there. I think they're going to buy this though. I really do. Glad I covered.
yeah,
I mean, I could see this just rotating back to the OR mid again because why not?
yeah, yeah. This is pretty much my target at a minimum.
There's no place to buy that my course. It's free. It's on the website. Just go to my Twitter or nickfurtick.com and it's right there. Just got to log in. But I will be putting a free video version on YouTube, likely. Unless my computer breaks trying to build this.
So if you remember, right around December, I built my own computer.
Yes.
Do you remember the whole story though?
Something was it your power supply was shot or something happened? I can't remember what it was. Tell me the story.
So I put it, I was putting it together. Like I got all the stuff. Hang on. I'm just going to take off one more, maybe two more. So I was putting it all together and the only thing that I didn't have were the CPU cooling system. And so I turned it on and immediately it shut off. So out of pure frustration, I ordered another, like a complete build from, I don't remember the name of, it's like one of those, it's a good build. And the next day, the CPU cooler came in. So I put it in the system that I was building to see if like that was the issue, and boom, it turned on. So I was like, oh, well, like I'll cancel this PC that I ordered. It was too late. They had already shipped it. And so I got here and I was like, okay, well, I'll just return it. So I got a return label. And by the time I went to go ship it back, it was too late. So I have an extra PC that's, you know, it's a it's a Ryzen 9 series with 32 gigs or 64 gigs of RAM and a 4080. So it's not.
It literally, you have like my specs for my tower. Like that's a good $2,000 plus computer. More than that now, just based on trying to buy the RAM today.
Definitely more than that.
That's why weirdly, I think pre-builts, at least like in the last year, I feel like have better value because the individual components are so much more expensive than they used to be.
So now with some of these AI tools, I was thinking, why don't I just turn it into like basically my own AI machine?
I can send you some of the stuff. I mean, you've seen some of the things I've been building, but yeah, you can literally have it dedicated and then orchestrate it from one of your other computers. And then it just runs like whatever you use mainly as your day to day, like you can just orchestrate from that. And then you never even have to like turn on a screen for the other one.
Really?
It just will work in the background. Yeah. You just need to kind of Frankenstein it via terminal.
Okay. We're definitely fucking talking.
Yeah.
Later.
We can talk about it offline. That's what I'm doing. I orchestrate from my MacBook Pro basically to everything else.
Very legal, very cool.
Speak less, nerds. Guys, you need to know this. Like, Leo and I are both like technical enough to be very dangerous. He's probably a little bit more in some things than I am, and I'm probably a little bit more than he is in some others. But the nerd that we're definitely not. We're just like what would you describe us as?
I would say we're definitely not nerds, but
we have beginner's minds in things where we're happily go research and try to learn something, I guess, and figure it out.
we're enthusiast nerds.
Yes. Tech enthusiasts. Yeah, that's nerd adjacent. These are all
Nerd adjacent. Yeah,
perfect
that
synonyms.
works. I was gifted with the TISM. You know, I score high on those tests.
So do I.
So that helps.
I
Tech
didn't
savvies.
realize it. I didn't realize how bad it was until I got laid off. And you kind of have to start figuring out what your passions are.
Yeah.
Like what gets you excited every day to get out of bed if it's not, you know, if you have to then are forced to make your own income, like what gets you excited to do that?
Spectrumist.
I guess so.
I'll go with that.
I'm only on like halfway through my like long-term phase plan of like becoming more of a power user of multi models and things, multiple models. So more to come for me.
Well, I wish I didn't punt half of the trade off already.
Yeah, that was, I mean, we talked about it. There were some buyers stepping in there. The 24-hour VWAP as well as whatever that little consolidation was around 7:30 in ES, 7:30 Central this morning. We just bounced right off it.
Hey, I can't, I don't want to. Is 64 gig DDR5? Yes. I do have a request. I've never made a request from the chat before. Personal request. We have a situation that if it works out, would be cool. If it doesn't work out, it'd be kind of a bummer. So if you guys could just, send good vibes our way, that'd be dope. I'm not putting on pants. Whoa. For the fam, more than just for the kids, but for the fam. Appreciate it. Yeah, we just need good luck. We need like good luck, good vibes. Why did you long here? There was just like a lot of buying out of after they flushed the lows. So just kind of enough to, we've been more rotational here lately.
Roll weeks tend to be that way sometimes.
Yeah. So like yesterday was tons of consolidation, and today, we're getting kind of the same price action. I tried to long up here in the or mid area. That didn't work. Well, I don't say it didn't work. I probably got too aggressive with it. The first trade definitely worked like pretty nicely. Up here, I got a long here that worked. Got a long here that worked a little bit. Stopped out of some runners. And then, just kind of, okay, hands off. Let's let the sellers flush the lower. And then once they broke the low, there was just enough buying in there that got me, interested enough to take a stab at it. So that was it. Just basically just some initiative buying after a new low was made intraday. With the context of, roll week and how we've been more rotational and things like that. I'm on the June contract.
Yeah. I rolled yesterday afternoon as well. And you all should be too. There's more volume on June, obviously, as of yesterday afternoon. What was I going to say? Someone asked the question on my leg to leg. What rotations was I using? I've gone back and forth of like constantly trying to update it to what we're seeing as far as like a rolling 20-day. And I've still settled somewhere between that average and what PAX has apparently used forever at 65, because that still apparently is a good solid number of an NQ rotation. So somewhere between 65 and 70 is always what mine is going to be set at going forward, because I tried to manually keep adjusting it based on what I'm seeing, and I have found I just constantly go back to somewhere around the mid to high 60s. How long do I trade? How long have I been trading, or how long do I trade? I try to trade as little time as possible now, which was not the case 2 years ago. I very much have limited to it when I'm on stream or going to be on stream. So I'll trade, opens if I'm going to jump on and trade live shortly. Like I'll trade before that, but usually like if my responsibilities, let's say for the stream or something else, are kind of done for the day and I've made some points or I've taken some shots, like I'm not trading the rest of the day. That's been the biggest, I think, grow up call I've made as a full-time trader. There's no need anymore is what I've learned. How many minutes is my opening range indicator set for? So the one you're seeing on screen is the 5-minute OR and the 5-minute mid. And then on another chart, you can't see it, but I have Pax's 30-second with some extensions. Just keeps me honest, to be honest. Like I just like having that as a secondary way to look at it. I could probably build it into overlaying on my 5-minute with a different color, but then I just think it's like too much noise on my execution personally. I already have enough squiggly lines on here.
I took one of these two off here, like 40 points. I'm just gonna let the rest this last piece just run. Target would be back to point and control area. Obviously we could reject here at the or mid because it's been support. We could turn it into resistance. But I'm just gonna let it run. I think if it does reject here, I would cut the trade. I'll just put my stop there where I would cut it basically here at 82.
Solid.
Actually, like right here at 81. Not that extra point matters.
Sorry, my opening range is 5 minutes, not 15. I don't know what a 15-minute opening range is. And there was another question. I've only been actively trading, like day trading, since like 2019, 2020. I've traded for, whatever, as long as I've been an adult, like post 18. Like I've held like single stocks and traded that way, but actively day trading, I didn't start doing until like 2020. And even
you
then,
said since you were an adult, but when did that start?
So a little less than 20 years ago, technically. Like been actively watching stocks for 20 years.
But I've yet to seen the adult part.
That's completely fair. No, I really did not start like buying and selling ever until like middle to end of college.
I didn't realize you went back to red. What happened in the green?
I went back to orange.
Huh.
I got out of my trade. I'm now neutral.
Is the light your
yeah,
bias?
This is just, the orange is just like good for my eyes in this room. This like lighter orange kind of tan light.
Okay.
It's softer. It works.
What do you have for front light? Like a softbox or key light?
Yeah, I've got a key light. Okay. I've got that one and a small one on the right just to cast on this wall because it's black too.
Mm-hmm.
But that one's very small.
Jets.
Hey, Jim.
Hola, Jim.
Whoa. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty good.
Good to know. Good to know. Interesting day today. For sure. Oh, you guys are flat in all your positions, right? Or no, you got one still working.
No, Leo's
right, Leo?
still holding runners.
Both you guys or just Leo?
Just Leo. I had a perfect cover on my runner down in those 960s.
Yeah, no,
Can't you see my trade, Jim? It's on the screen.
I have to zoom my window super big, and I'd have to look like this to actually.
It's right there on the position tracker, mate.
Dude, position tracker's blurry, man. Wait till you're my age. Wait till you have another year around the sun on NinjaTrader Live.
Leo, apparently they're gonna drown you in the Chicago River, which is still green.
See that? There we go. I'm gone.
You guys are not Irish, are you?
Nope.
I am just a little bit Irish. Yes. I have more Scottish than Irish, but there is some of that.
And
That's close enough, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean Scottish, Irish, etc.
And grandparents on my side are 100% Sicilian on both sides. So
are you really?
Man,
You're
really?
100%
As far
Sicilian
as-
on both sides?
as far as we know, yeah.
Oh, we have a lot of...
It gets weird when everyone went to New York in early 1900s, and you never know. But as far as we know, yes.
Oh, we have a lot of stuff to talk about.
I'm a mix of Finland, Scottish, and Irish. That's the majority of.
Huh. Wouldn't have guessed it.
The Finnish is, that's why I'm so dry. Deadpan.
What? This afternoon, are you guys going to be trading this afternoon? What are you thinking about it?
I might be around. I don't know if I'm going to be actively trading. I think tomorrow into FOMC, post FOMC, and to the rest of the week will be better trading than yesterday and today were. But I don't know. Leo and I found some good trades, a little better of a range than parts of yesterday.
Yeah, I'm now back to green on the day, so that's great.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. Pre-FOMC, things do tend to grind to a halt sometimes. So hopefully that won't happen today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
So awesome job. Well, you guys, great job today. Let's get a round of applause to these young men.
That was like an Oprah level round of applause from the audience.
Yeah,
that was massive. Yeah.
We're getting better and better at that. In any event, I'm not going to see either of you two gentlemen this afternoon. I think we have this afternoon trading to close. We have XYZ is going to be with us, Selma and Stowe. So that's this afternoon session. Looking forward to that for sure. In the meantime, guys, I will talk to you later this week.
All right, Jim. See you.
Thanks, Jim.
All right.
Thanks, chat.
See you, chat.
Let's take a look at the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin is really, this is why a lot of times when you look to the left on a big picture frame chart, this is a daily chart. You could go back to a weekly, but when you look to the left, there's these lines kind of weirdly converge at an area of interest. And right now we're at that area of interest. We have the April lows of last year. We're right there, 74,605. And you might ask, well, what's that white line? And I'm going to show you. I'll pull this in a little bit. This is an anchored VWAP. We talked about, we might not have talked about this yesterday, from the swing high back here on January 14th. I just anchored it. It's always on the chart. And that mysteriously is lining up with those April lows. Now, the other thing that's interesting is we're trading right at it. We opened right at it anyway. We wicked through it yesterday, just a little bit. So this is a pretty powerful level here. The 74,605 in my mind is resistance, right? We want to close above it, and then we want to have a continuation candle before we get into to that next area up here, which is November 21st swing low of 80,745. Deli mentioned it this morning. I do think we can get there, but we have to close above those April lows. So we'll see what happens over time as we go. Now, the ADMA crossed above the 21, and that's a pretty big deal for me. And it is they're separating, right? The prices are separating or diverging, which is also pretty good. RSI is sloping up nicely here, pretty good also. That's a nice steady kind of incline. So there's no divergence here with the RSI or the oscillator with respect to price. Everything's moving along nicely. It's kind of slow, right? It's kind of slow, but that's okay. Let's shoot over to intraday chart. And the intraday chart here, we have this volume profile is really wonky, right? It's almost a rectangle. If you look at the volume, if you look at the value area, it's almost a rectangle right now. So it's really kind of wonky. But, the official point of control is still up a little bit higher here. Session VWAP, though, we've been trading below it all session. Really, not all session, but since pretty much midnight almost. And yeah, we wicked through it once. Sellers came back in and brought us down. So sellers are kind of in control right now. We're below previous session's high also. So there's two areas of interest there combined with the official point of control, which is really kind of defining the area of a resistance. And it's, you go all the way back to the London initial balance and it's confirmed there as well. So this is kind of a nice chart technically as well. We do have some downside targets here. We have that 1-day max and the pivot around 73,000. We'll just round it up to 590. Below that, we have a call resistance level at 73,000. So we'll see. Looks like range bound right now. Small case B distribution on the volume profile right now with not a lot of volume in prices below value. That's below the bottom of the value area. Let's shoot over to the Treasury bond market really quickly here because bonds are on the move. Bonds are on the move. Now we have this, I talked about this morning with Deli. We didn't have this continuation candle yet, right? Right pre-market, we didn't have it. Now we have it. We have continuation buying. We're heading all the way up to that 80 EMA again. Be interesting to see if we could tag it right now. We're tracking 114 and 28.30 seconds. 4 or 5 ticks away from a 115 handle. So there's a little bit of a bid going on here. Again, a little bit of the sell the panic buy the dip. And I think some of the anticipation from, hey, things didn't escalate too negatively over the weekend, I think is part of some collective mind thought here in getting back on this thing. But this is very much an inflation expectation sell-off. Bounce at the bottom here. We've got a nice tweezer bottom here, so maybe it's a good bottom. We'll find out. Intraday, though, right now, point of control at the top of the day. It's a dominant point of control, too. It's not a baby point of control. Look how big it is compared to all the other volume histogram bars. 114, 28, 30 seconds. Didn't even get to that 0 DTE call resistance level. If we do, that's a 115 handle, then possibly a breakout to the upside. Right now, it looks like a little bit of price happiness happening here. I would look at that 1-day max at 115.11 if it happens. Alternatively, previous session's highs are right by session VWAP. Looking at that for maybe a VWAP touch a little bit this afternoon. We stay tuned. We will talk about that at 2 o'clock. That is late morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here today. What did I forget to mention? I did forget to mention, remember, coming right around the corner, March 23rd, we do have another March Madness challenge. Real-time simulated live account. Everybody could do it. Just go ahead and to ninjatrader.com or arena.ninjatrader.com. Register for the free challenge. $100,000 of prizes, cash prizes are going to be awarded, and then whoever comes in number one will get that $10,000 cash prize. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Real-time sim account. Learn how to use the platform and trade under somewhat pressurized conditions. So I'm looking forward to doing that next week as well. Having said all that, folks, looking forward to seeing you this afternoon. Looks like Craig's going to be with us instead of Shai and me, and then XYZ, Selma, and Stowe. So until then, relax. Thank you for hitting that subscription button. Take it easy. Have a nice lunch. We will see you at 2 o'clock this afternoon.